Welcome to today's council meeting. Let's go ahead and call the meeting to order. And we will start with the roll call, please.
Councilmember Barber. Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Here.
Councilmember Smith, I believe we're expecting in the evening. And Mayor Williamson.
Here. Okay, and then if we can go ahead and give instructions on how the public can participate via Zoom, please.
Certainly. So there are two ways to virtually participate in today's meeting. You may join us using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device, and you can also call into the Zoom meeting. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or phone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. An up-to-date version of the Zoom software must be used. To call in by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, and then enter meeting ID 160-772-9333#. And if prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions on using and updating Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. I will call on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. Please stay within the time limit established for today's meeting, and a countdown timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. And today's meeting is also streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about 10 seconds delay, and on Comcast Channel 25 with up to 90 seconds delay. And we look forward to receiving your public comment as always.
Thanks, Clementine. We'll go ahead and go to public comments. This is for items not on today's agenda. So we'll start with the chamber. So if you are interested in speaking, please come up to the mic.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Mr. Williamson. You're the mayor, right?
That's me.
And you're the city manager. I saw you on TV yesterday, I think.
He's
Anyway, this is going to go over like a lead balloon around here, right? And Santa Cruz. Everyone who's been here a long time knows it for a fact. Paccioni, the DA, Panetta, Congressman, his son, Manetta, you name it. It's been a monopoly you've had for a long time, and it's butting heads against someone that it shouldn't be butting heads against, because I'm going to be victorious. John Lennon's murder is going to be exposed for what it really was. Nixon and Reagan's names are going to be dirt. Stephen King's going to either commit suicide or be brought to justice. And Monterey is going to be exposed for molesting the messenger. With your police department, lately, even the Salvation Army is withholding services from me. That's how desperate they are to shut me down. They advertise on their Wednesday special with the other Italian guy on the MC that they're a meeting place for the leadership class of Monterey. If you want to rub shoulders with the Panettas, come to our bar. You got things you want done with politicians greasing your sled, come to our bar. This is the bar, the whiskey bar, that's been citing me for a misdemeanor charge of disturbing the peace. No. No, I was sitting in my car and I said to the people across the street in this tone of voice, would you believe it? I got a ticket 2 days ago for doing this exact thing. That's all I said. That loud. You see what a cheesy operation the whiskey club is? It's a wise guy club for mafia people and the Italian mob that runs this place. Well, Steve Lightfoot's going to win. And the deeper you want to dig your hole, go right ahead, because I'm going to come out on top.
Anybody else in the chamber? All right, let's go to online. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
We have many attendees, but no hands are raised at this time, Mr. Mayor.
All right, perfect. With that, we'll close public comments and we'll move forward with consent. It looks like we're going to be pulling item number 11. Anybody in the public wish to pull an agenda an item on the consent agenda? Anybody on the council? All right. Is there a motion or should we take it to the public for comments, public comments? Let's go to the public. Any comments on any of the consent items on today's agenda? Anybody in the chamber? Online?
Not online.
I'll make a motion to,
We have a hand raised, but I believe it may be on item 11. Actually, there are two hands now, so.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take those.
comments. This is a telephone
this-
caller with the last three digits, 902.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. Is this a time to comment on item number 11?
This is all consent agenda items. So,
Okay. Then I'll make my comment now about item number 11.
so item number 11 is being pulled.
Okay, then I will wait.
Thank you, Nina.
Okay, then we have someone, T. Schneider. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do.
we did.
This is for agenda item 17 is now the appropriate time.
Now is not the appropriate time. This is for items up to 14 on the agenda.
Okay, I'll raise my hand later then. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment on the consent calendar. We have a motion on the table. Is there a second? All right, motion is seconded.
I'm sorry, who moved it?
I'm sorry.
I made a motion
Okay, thank you.
to approve, minus item 11.
Minus 11.
Okay. And then with that, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Aye.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
And that's a yes for me. All right, we'll go to public appearance item. The first item we have is Brown Act teleconference update.
Consent item 11.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we have to. Are we tabling?
No, no.
Oh, we're pulling it from, I got you. Sorry.
I know
Yes.
you do.
Thank you for keeping me on. Okay. I'll pass it to staff for item number 11.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's your pleasure. You would like to have a presentation first, or you like to hear what Ms. Beatty has to say?
Let's start with Ms. Nina Beatty, if that's the reason why we're pulling it.
Yes.
Okay, let's see here. Go ahead, please.
Okay, this is Nina Beatty. I protest and oppose the proposed intergovernmental support agreement with the Presidio of Monterey and the agreement with Seaside to provide Presidio support. And I request that Monterey terminate the Presidio Municipal Services Joint Powers Agency. The issue of entanglement between the federal government operations and the local government operations, this is not what we were told the Monterey model would be, which is simply to do street paving and sewer clearing and that sort of thing. It's become much more intensive and intertangled, and this seems to be a step even more connecting the city with the federal government, the Pentagon. So I request that you not approve this support agreement and that you actually do terminate the Municipal Services Joint Powers Agency.
Okay, while we have the public comments open, does anybody else want to speak on this item? In the chambers? Online?
No, there were no other hands raised and there's still no hands raised.
Okay, so we'll close public comment on this item. I'll pass it to staff if there's any comments at this time.
If council has more questions, please ask your questions. Otherwise, I suggest to approve.
Okay, any questions from the council? All right. So I'll just make a comment in that I think that the relationships that we have with the military installations are a critical part of our community. And so if there's something more specific that we can look at in regards to what our role is in with that and making sure that we uphold a certain value set in the city, then, I think that there's space to have that conversation. But for now, this seems to be consistent with our business as has been the case. So I'll entertain a motion from the council.
I'll move to approve.
All right, motioned and seconded.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber, Yes. Councilmember Hoffa
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. All right, and now we will go to public appearance items and go to number 13, Brown Act teleconference update. And I will pass it to the city manager for brief comments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council. What we are presenting to you today is quote unquote just an informational report. It gives you options on how we are conducting future meetings, but it's a timely report because as you will see as part of our presentation, the governor's emergency order is expiring, and with that also certain regulations, and our city clerk has prepared this update for you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So as you may be aware,
Is your mic on?
hold on,
Oh, yeah. It just sounds off.
I'll
You're good.
stand closer or sit closer
good.
to the mic. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe the volume can go up higher. Okay, so as you are aware, for the last, I believe, a little over a year, we have been participating by remote teleconference according to a certain law called AB 361, which amended the Brown Act. And there are some changes coming up. So AB 361 provisions that we've been utilizing to have meetings in the hybrid model with Zoom. This applies only during a declared state of emergency. And that state of emergency, Governor Newsom has stated he intends to end it at the end of this month on February 28th. Otherwise, if he were to extend it, this law does expire on January 1st, 2024. Or if there were to be a new emergency, this only applies during a state declared emergency. So we need to look at what our options are going forward beginning in March, assuming that he does terminate the state of emergency. We have a couple of options for teleconferencing. One is the traditional Brown Act teleconferencing, and I'm going to briefly cover that. Some of you may be familiar with it from before the pandemic, and for some of you it might be new. And then there's also a new law that just went into effect on the 1st of January, AB 2449, which provides a few other options for teleconferencing, which are rather strict, and I'll go over those as well. So traditional Brown Act teleconferencing, it requires that the teleconference location be noticed as another meeting location and serve as a meeting location for members of the public to attend. So for example, you would post a notice 72 hours before a regular meeting at the teleconference location. And then anyone would be able to attend for the full meeting. A quorum of the council or of a board or commission must attend in person here. You know, if this is the location at the council chamber, they would need to be here, a quorum of them. And we do all votes for a teleconference meeting by roll call, which you are familiar with. There's no limit on use for this mode as long as these rules are followed. And the new law, AB 2449, allows but restricts teleconference attendance in certain circumstances. For both circumstance types, a quorum must attend in person, just as with the traditional teleconferencing. The noticing that is required is just that if an emergency teleconference attendance request is made in time that it's on an agenda, we would agendize that if time allows. The votes are also roll call. And if technology were to interrupt the ability for the public to comment, then no further action would be taken. Like if Zoom were to suddenly fail, then we would not be able to continue the meeting if we were doing a teleconference meeting like this. The requirements for members are that they would attend only pursuant to these strict clauses of the code, which are just cause or emergency, and I will go into both of those. But in addition to those specific requirements, they also must participate with audio and video. They give a general description of the circumstances that require them to remotely participate, and that can be a short description up to 20 words, and you do not need to provide personal medical information. You also would need to disclose others over 18 who are in you with the room while you attend remotely. So the just cause clause would only cover if you had a caregiving need of a close family member, which is defined as child, parent, grandparent, grandchild, sibling, spouse, or domestic partner that required remote participation, a contagious illness that would prevent you from attending in person, a need related to physical or mental disability, not otherwise accommodated by other accommodations, or travel for official public business of the legislative body or another state or local agency. The member needs to notify the body at the earliest opportunity possible, including at the start of the meeting, and provide that general description that I discussed. And then they would also disclose anyone over 18 in the room. This can be used a maximum of 2 times per member per calendar year. And we will keep track of this type of attendance. The other clause is the emergency clause, and it's specific to a physical or family medical emergency that would prevent you from attending in person. This one has to be approved by the body with an affirmative vote. So it should be agendized if time allows. If we know it in advance, we'll put it on the agenda. And it also would need to be addressed at the beginning of the meeting and approved by the body by vote. This one has a complicated limit for use. So either the maximum is either 3 consecutive months of solely remote attendance, although in the case of council, we meet more often than would even be allowed to be 3 full consecutive months, or 20% of regular meetings in a calendar year, or if the body meets fewer than 10 times for a regular meeting per year, then it's 2 meetings total. And I did make a chart showing this so it's a little more clear for the council and our boards and commissions. So speaking about city council, we have 24 regular meetings per year. That would mean there would be a maximum attendance using the emergency clause of 4 meetings, which were not during 3 consecutive months. So as far as next steps, we just want everyone to be aware of these different ways to teleconference and what is involved. And for members to notify city staff as soon as you know you need to teleconference, because we will need to track quorum issues and the remote attendance pursuant to those limits. And we will communicate to you about those limits as we track them. And also we'll need to notice the meetings according to law. So that's a lot of information that I covered, but I'm happy to dive further into any of it if you have questions.
Yeah, Alan.
Yeah, thanks for the report, Clementine. What about our staff? If they wanted to participate remotely, could they participate remotely without going through all of that complicated noticing, et cetera, et cetera?
Right. So these limitations are only for the voting members. So for staff and the public, that's more of a policy question. And to my knowledge, we plan to continue using Zoom for meetings as much as possible.
Okay, that's good. I mean, I think it makes it easier for some of our staff to be able to participate, so.
Do you have any questions?
So I have a question on the part where it's talking about the travel for the legislative office or either state or local agency.
Yes.
Yeah, right there, travel of official legislative body or another state or local agency. So that's statewide and local agency wide, correct?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay.
So if it was official
Yeah,
business,
you already know where I'm thinking. Okay, thank you.
So to clarify that, if somebody was doing something for work of another state agency not to do with the city of Monterey, it would still qualify under this clause.
That's my fault.
Okay.
State and local agency, because all of that's a public agency.
I like how they just left off federal. That was nice of them. Thank you. Not that I don't have a job or something. Okay, no, it's all good. I had a question in regards to, oh, I'm sorry, were you done?
Mhm.
Okay. I had a question in regards to the other clause, the emergency clause. On the chart, I think described it really well. So 4 meetings max, but not during 3 consecutive months. Can you describe that a little more? So you can have those 4, but it can't be, can you?
so if you needed to attend using the emergency clause once in February and once in March, you could not do it in April because that is the 3rd consecutive month, even though you wouldn't be going over the 4 limit.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That clarified it for me. Gino, I skipped over you. Did you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, let's take it out to the public. Any public comments on this from anybody in the chamber? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to online.
And we do have one hand raised online. Bear with me one moment. We'll take that hand in just one moment.
All right, I believe this is Ms. Beatty. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. Since the law is not clear, I just want to reiterate that it is really critical for the public who cannot be in the chambers to be able to have that capability to comment and to attend remotely. And there cannot be any strictures as far as requiring a camera as well as microphone. I myself do not have the camera feature on my equipment, and it would be a hardship to demand that of me or of other people in the city. I would love to attend meetings in person. I used to attend meetings in person until the city installed Wi-Fi in the chambers. And despite all my efforts, the city has refused to accommodate me, though I warned them in advance of them doing this, that this would be an access barrier. And currently the chambers are out of compliance with the Brown Act. Therefore, my only access to being able to make comments safely is to do so by phone. So I respectfully request that this access be continued for all the meetings, the city meetings, so that the public has access to be able to comment, other people, myself and other people like me.
And Mr. Mayor, I do not see any further hands raised.
All right, thank you.
Item.
First, I'd like to have staff clarify. My understanding is that we are in compliance with Brown Act, but I'm not, we can get some input from the city attorney in regards to the comments.
Right. I don't think there's any merit to that comment. The city's compliant with the Brown Act.
Okay, thank you. And to the, I think, overall point, I would offer, I would guess that we're all in agreement that we would want to keep an environment where the public can continue to participate virtually. I don't know what that looks like. Do you need direction from the council? Okay. All right, and this is just receiving information. There's no direction with this one. So with that, unless there's any other questions or comments from the council, we will move on to item number 16, modifying the employee relocation assistance program. And with that, I'll pass it off to the city manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Our human resources director is firing up the PowerPoint right now. This is an item that is part of our challenge to recruit qualified personnel in hard to recruit positions. And what we are asking is to ask for additional authority for additional funding to support employees who are relocating to Monterey, California. And we have cases where we have nationwide recruitments, and we also have a part of that candidate, for instance, who has applied for a position really is dependent also on us to make that move happen. So as you saw on the agenda report, there is an existing authority that was given to the city manager decades ago. And tonight, with the challenges that we all experience in all our various jobs where we work right now, and unemployment is in a historic low of 3.2%, that shows you that there's a supply chain issue of qualified candidates as well. We have to do a little bit better. And with that, I give it to Brett Neal.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here to do a brief PowerPoint on the Employee Relocation Assistance Program. As Hans stated, in 1989, the city manager had the authority then to negotiate relocation assistance. And in 2006, that was the amount was increased to $8,000. So as the city manager stated, it's been a while since we've looked at that number. The current reimbursement program, we'd like to do some updates to that. We'd like to increase the amount from 8,000 to 12,000. Reasons for this, we want to account for inflation. In addition to that, we'd also like to add difficult to fill positions. Right now, the program is for management positions, management executives. And so by doing this, that will assist us with recruiting high quality applicants, as well as make the city more competitive. The other ask or recommendation from staff is we also would like to expand the current program. And what we'd like to do is allow the city manager to negotiate advanced disbursement. We're taking into account some prospective employees may have financial difficulties covering relocation expenses. We'd also like to include difficult to fill recruitments in this category, as well as management positions. With this, if the city manager were to do an advanced disbursement, there are some qualifiers. One of those is that any unused funds from the advancement would be required to be repaid back to the city. In addition, we would require a 3-year commitment. If an employee who received advance funds did not fulfill that commitment, there's a recommended prorated schedule in the amount that they would need to repay the city. In summary, again, staff is recommending the increase of the current reimbursement program from $8,000 to $12,000 and to also include this difficult to fill positions. And we'd like to expand the program to allow for advanced disbursement of up to $20,000 by the city manager. And again, for difficult to fill recruitments as well as for manager positions. And are there any questions for me?
Yes, so first of all, thank you for the presentation. And I definitely understand it. I deal with that even at the university of having difficult to fill positions and having to be more creative and being able to bring more to the table. So I definitely understand that. So when you say difficult to fill for those positions, I know the management position, that's clear that it's the management positions dealing with that you're requesting from 8 to 12,000. And then you want to add the hard to fill or difficult to fill. Who would actually define what's difficult to fill? Would it be a certain amount of time or would it be a certain amount of effort? I mean, how would that look since that's outside of the management part?
Right now, we haven't quantified that exactly what that would look like. I mean, we could look at statistics and filling, for instance, today, difficult to fill positions include our engineers, it includes police officers. That might change in the future. But we haven't quantified it exactly to say, okay, we've attempted 3 recruitments, but we can do that. We can craft a policy that defines it a little more clear.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may just add to that response, I kind of think you can also apply this rule that we have for other challenges, which is like you will see it if it's a difficult to fill position or not. So you may encounter that this is now a position that went out twice and you haven't filled it yet and you have somebody and you have to make it happen. So I think part of it is also that we want to use this very rarely. And we want to use it really in cases where we really are saying, okay, we did all our efforts to get this person into our team. We are impressed with that, and we know that our alternatives to that person are really not the alternatives that we want to go, and we have to go out for another 8 weeks to 12 weeks recruitment. So we would know when it is. So we can draft that policy, of course, as well to define it. But I just wanted to say, you know, when you see it, if it's a difficult to fill position or not. And of course, we have to really be conscientious when we use that, because of course there are costs involved, and we want to be very, very mindful of spending the funds.
Yes. Yeah, I think the quantifier just helps, even if it's a range, so you have an idea of what that's going to fall into, of which, just like you were even describing, of what would be difficult to fill. I mean, it's obvious, but that could also be very different for different people in different places. Thank you.
Gino?
Yes, thank you. Just out of curiosity, what is maybe in general terms, what does the process for recruitment look like? I mean, what is staff doing to go out and look to fill these positions?
Right now, when a department head opens a recruitment, especially if it's a specialized area, for instance, I'll say engineers, we look to the department head to let us know what specialty areas and specialty places to recruit, if they have some associations or different memberships in places. So we definitely go out and do specialized recruitment. There's not that we have the world to spend, but there's not a budget limitation per se if we know we're targeting specific areas to get recruitment done. Otherwise, the basic is opening it up through governmentjobs.com, through the social media, the local outlets, or I shouldn't say local, but the regular outlets such as Indeed.com, et cetera. And like I said, if there's a specialized area that we need to recruit in, we absolutely do that and work closely with the department head to get those areas to recruit. Does that answer your question in terms of where we go out to recruit?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not sure if our city does this at the moment, but maybe there's a opportunity here to also start looking at, if we don't do this yet, just internal programs, kind of try to train up our current staff, right, to fill some of those positions so that we can retain folks a little bit longer. But that's just my comment. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that further, Councilmember Garcia. Of course, we are using quite a number of internal promotions to find the talent within our team, and we promote quite a lot positions through our internal promotion system, and then it comes down also to balancing out when do we go into the open market and when not, and what the Human Resources Director presented was basically the case when we are actually going outside of the internal labor market. And of course, when we go outside, it also depends what we are recruiting for. And we just recently completed a nationwide search for a position, but there are also many local searches when we are looking for other positions that are working in our maintenance divisions and other divisions. So again, we also use internal promotional opportunities that are just for internal employees. And then we use a mix of also open recruitment where internal candidates can apply, but also candidate from the outside.
Okay. Did we go out to the public on this one yet? I don't think so. So let's go out for public comment. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? And how about online?
No hands currently raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. That I will entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hoppa,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. And with that, we will reset. It doesn't feel right. It feels like we need to stay here longer. So I'm gonna keep talking for the next minute just to, no, with that, we'll go ahead and recess the meeting. Thanks, everybody. We'll be Evening, everybody. Welcome
Recording in progress.
to the session of today's council meeting. We are going to go ahead and start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. The Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for that. Next, we have continued public comments. So these are comments for things that are not on this evening's agenda. So if you would like, go ahead and step up to the mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, fellow citizens. My name is Nick Tome. I'm here from the Institute for Security Governance, which is based on the Naval Postgraduate School campus. We are in the business of providing security cooperation education to partner nations around the world. We teach principles of good governance for the security sector in partner nations. And then we also sometimes bring students here, security officials from around the world, to study at the Naval Postgraduate School campus. And when we do, I have taken to coming and meeting with formerly council member Tyler Williamson, now Mr. Mayor, and exposing our international guests to the American way of life, to American democracy, to the beautiful city of Monterey. And in December, actually on December 6th, the day you were sworn in as mayor, we had a group of 14 students from 12 different countries in a program called the Executive Program for Defense Decision Making. And we came and we met with you on the front lawn of the Monterey City Hall. And one of our faculty members put together this beautiful photo of all the students with you. Everyone was just amazed that you took time, literally half an hour before the council meeting where you were sworn in as mayor, to meet with this international group. So I'm here to say thank you for that and to present this to you. All the participants had a chance to write a few words to you. I just like to read a couple. It says, best wishes from Pakistan. Have a successful career, relationship, and life, Mayor Tyler. I wish you all the best from Malaysia. Message of peace from Major Tahira, and just lots of nice messages from around the world. I think this is so important. Thank you for welcoming our internationals to the city of Monterey and building the partnership, building the friendships and the relationships with these important leaders from around the world in support of our shared security interests and peace and security for the planet. So
thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if I give this to you, sir. Okay. It's kind of a soft foam board, so I'm going to give you this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you so much. And I appreciate the partnership and all of that you do with the Naval Postgraduate School and developing those partnerships with our international partners. So thank you. All righty.
Lorna Moffett. Mayor Williamson and City Council members. I witnessed the slaughtering of several 50-year-old endangered and rare cypress trees and Monterey pines that grow nowhere else in the world being cut down for a parking lot revision at the Monterey Fisherman's Wharf last week. That is costing the city over $3 million just for a remodel. And when they developed this project, they didn't even think to engineer it to save the trees, which they could have and should have done. It was done in 2022. I notified all you city council members and you, Mayor, to stop this tragic event of cutting down these most precious trees. Only you, Mayor Williamson, true to your word that you would, as a mayor, try to preserve the natural beauty of our town, replied, and directed staff to stop while we could look into the transplanting alternatives. Hans was also ready to spend the money to transplant, but what at first seemed feasible became too expensive due to the one cypress left being too large, electrical wires above it, and the need to rent an expensive crane. So I looked at the plan and even showed the engineers how they could have saved that one tree, but they all said it was too expensive to change. I don't believe it. However, the city now promises to make sure to include saving trees when they make engineering projects. So we shall see if this promise to be true. It will be a huge step in the right direction for us all because trees are what make this town. One tree creates 260 pounds of oxygen a year. One car pollutes a ton of CO2 and other pollutants into the air. One tree absorbs an estimated 42 pounds of CO2 a year. I envision what the city could have endangered in its place, engineered in its place. A forest with cypress and Monterey pines, pathways, benches for the public, a bird haven, a continuous window on the bay. And for that price, renting luxury buses that would cost $1,000 a day that could go to Salinas to pick up train passengers, or using the money to commute people from different parts of California. Each bus holds 80 people. They're luxurious and a joy to travel in, and safe too. That's 80 people that no longer have to drive from wherever to here in their cars. At the same time, they could talk, train until our representatives get it. Monterey demands climate changing alternatives. And that $3 million plus could have gone a long way to accomplish that. Thank you, Mayor Williamson, for trying to save the trees.
Thank you, Lorna, for your advocacy. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak during public comment for items not on tonight's agenda? All right, we will transition to online. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, we do. And I will call on, I believe this is Ms. Beatty. Go ahead, please.
Great. This is Nina Beatty. At the last meeting, the council incorrectly criticized the public for bringing city staff problems to your attention. Identifying problems is neither uncivil nor disrespectful, and yet that is what the city council and the January 17th minutes claim. City chart of the organization of Monterey shows the chain of command. At the top are the citizens of Monterey. Under them is the city council, representing the public by its delegation. Under the council are the city administration and staff. The council's job is to hear us and thank us. We are your eyes and ears on the functioning or dysfunction of the city. It is your job to support us and to resolve the real problems we bring to your attention. Unfortunately, these are old problems we're raising. We've sought resolution with staff members privately and been rebuffed. So we've been forced to raise these issues to the council at hearings repeatedly. However, the council has generally and repeatedly ignored us while vocally supporting staff as the problems continue and grow. The current situation in the city seems to be a culture of no accountability, and the city has a major problem. You must manage the city and take care of business, which includes the very serious problems we've elected you to solve, which affect public welfare and safety. If any of you cannot be responsive and loyal to your primary constituency, the people, then please step down so that people willing to represent the public can get to work and lead the city. I and others are tired of the lack of accountability. I request you do your job and represent the people.
All right, thank you. And I believe that is the end of that comment. I do not see any further hands raised on Zoom, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for all those that shared public comments. With that, we will move on to our public hearing item, which is the wireless ordinance. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Monterey, California, repealing and replacing Monterey City Code Chapter 38, Article 17, Section 112.4, wireless communication facilities, and finding the same exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for a brief introduction to this item.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's, I believe, just a little over 3 weeks ago that we sat here in the chamber and you received a presentation. Tonight, we hope that we can get to the next step and introduce the first reading of this ordinance. And with that, I'm asking our Community Development Director, Kim Cole, who has been there from the first first day that we started working on that to present the proposed ordinance for our city code, chapter 38, article 17, section 112-4.
Thank you, Mayor Williamson and council members. As the city manager described to you this afternoon or evening, you'll be considering a proposed ordinance to regulate wireless facilities in the city of Monterey. I did want to just give you a brief background. The city of Monterey has regulated wireless facilities for a very long time. Our first ordinance in April of 2014. It was amended in 2016 and 2018. And a lot of these amendments reflected changes to federal regulations and case law that was established through the courts. Most notably, the City Council also in February of 2020 adopted an ordinance requiring undergrounding of all new utilities used for communication services. It is subject to some approved deviations and certain exclusions, but there is a requirement for undergrounding. We spent a lot of time at our last City Council meeting discussing the federal regulations and framework and state laws that affect wireless facilities. And one of the, I should just take this off, sorry, it's easier. The city has been a leader in advocacy to increase local control. In fact, we were the only city in the Monterey Peninsula and area to join a coalition of communities to challenge proposed FCC orders that would, among other things, limit local control over small cell facilities and drastically reduce wireless permitting timelines. This case that was reviewed was called the Portland litigation. We spent a lot of time at the last meeting discussing the Portland litigation. The ruling came down in August of 2020, and unfortunately, our hopes for some of the local control that would be retained were not achieved. The coalition of cities did petition the full appellate court to review the ruling, but that was declined. The coalitions of the cities also petitioned the United States Supreme Court to review the ruling, and the United States Supreme Court denied the request to review the decision. So I think it's important just to let you know where we are today. We have about 20 facility locations in the city of Monterey. They're scattered throughout. But some of the sites, even though there's 20 overall, some of them have multiple facilities located at one site. And the majority of them are located on our larger hotel structures and have been for years. And I've circled on the Marriott and in the Portola Plaza, as well as there's other hotels that have facilities on their rooftops that have provided cellular coverage in our city for a long time. The photograph to the left is out in Ryan Ranch along Lower Ragsdale. It faces Highway 68. The graphic in the middle is the only real tower we have in the city of Monterey. It's located at 2200 Garden Road. It's hard to see. You can't see it from Garden Road, and you can see glimpses of it from Highway 68. And so I've circled in the middle photograph the top of that facility. It includes multiple cell facilities. We also have flagpoles in the city of Monterey that include wireless facilities. The photo on the right is at Del Monte Center. The 3 flagpoles in front of the Hyatt as you drive up Highway 1 are also cellular facilities. So we've had quite a bit of experience for several years permitting what we call macro sites in the city of Monterey. These sites are located more in the New Monterey neighborhood. There is a water tank located at 620 Divisadero, and you can see wireless facilities that have been permitted on the tank. At the church on Hawthorne Street, there's, I think, at least 3 companies that have facilities within the church steeple. And then on the far right was the first small cell facility permitted in the city of Monterey on Wave Street. So you may ask, what's changing? We've been permitting wireless facilities for a really long time. And the reality is the technologies is changing. Smaller facilities located in the public right of way versus the macro sites that cover larger areas. And it's oftentimes described that the macro sites, their signal can travel a longer distance. But as the cell companies try to densify their network, the new facilities are typically located 250 to 300 feet away from each other as it densifies the network and provides additional wireless to a community. I thought it'd be important to show you what's happening in other communities. Pacific Grove has an administrative process for their wireless facilities. The photograph on the left is, and if you drive down Central in Pacific Grove, you'll see the wireless facilities being installed on the various electrical lines. And I've circled this wireless facility is a little bit lower on the overall pole. On the right is as you enter into Carmel. It's off of Carpenter Street and it stops right at the border of Carmel right now, but it's in the county portion of Carmel. And there's 2 or 3 facilities located directly adjacent to residences. Verizon has submitted examples of what their technology looks like. This is a sample that shows on a light post. There's wireless antennas and radios on the pole. On the top of a city streetlight. And then they have an antenna that projects from a pole. I think this was in the city of Dublin. No, this is San Mateo that's been installed. So the technology is changing. It's changing from larger sites to a smaller densified network. And so, as I mentioned, the city's been permitting wireless facilities for many, many years. I think everybody's aware that in March of 2018, there was basically a flashpoint on this issue. The Planning Commission was recommending or reviewing an application for 13 small cell applications located on sort of the hill behind City Hall here. The applicant, which was Extended, then withdrew 12 of their 13 applications as we approached that public hearing. The one that was not withdrawn, 277 Mar Vista Drive, was recommended for approval by city staff, and the Planning Commission denied the application, and ultimately the facilities were not installed. Immediately following that meeting, the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association provided a draft ordinance to the city of Monterey, how they would like to see our ordinance revised. In response to that, the city council created a wireless subcommittee, and it included planning commissioners and representatives from several neighborhoods. That subcommittee hosted 25 meetings over about a 2-year period. We had long meetings, some of them lasting 4 to 8 hours. Of public debate. Following that, the Planning Commission this past year has held 5 public hearings on the proposed ordinance. So in total, we've had about 30 public meetings and getting input on the draft ordinance. And so tonight, the City Council will consider the ordinance deliberated during this process. And after all this debate, and there were hours and hours where sections were reviewed, the staff and the Planning Commission recommendation differ by 1 sentence. The proposed ordinance contains many sections. I think this is important to point out because many of these sections, staff initially had concerns about including. For example, submittal requirements we typically like to see in resolutions versus ordinances. But the public felt very strongly that as many things that should be incorporated into the ordinance and be specified in one location. And so the subcommittee and ultimately the Planning Commission attempted to meet that goal and expectation. I'm only going to spend a couple time on some of the key issues because as I mentioned, we've deliberated all of these a lot, but I want to explain what the proposed ordinance does. It establishes a transparent and deliberative planning process for wireless applications. It requires Planning Commission public hearings for every application, despite a 60-day shot clock. I do want to point out that's very different than other cities are doing. For example, the city of Pacific Grove has an administrative process. Other cities have a public hearing process. In addition to the applicant submitting an RF report, which is the radio frequency or EMF report, evaluating the emission levels of the facility, the city takes that RF report and we send it out to a city consultant and they peer review the technical analysis. It's a licensed RF engineer to determine whether there's any mistakes or errors in the consultant's calculations. I think this is the most important point, which is the last one. New facilities are prohibited in residential zones. The draft ordinance uses that language, unless an effective prohibition is shown, which requires the wireless company to prove why they have to locate in a specific area to provide the service. And one of the questions you're asked, well, why would you give the wireless companies this out? We just don't want them in our neighborhoods, period. And I think that's been very clear as we've gone through the process. The effective prohibition standard is a federal standard. And basically, if they are materially inhibited from providing the service, the city has to consider allowing the facility. So that's a federal standard. If people are unhappy with that standard, I really think that that type of discussion needs to happen with our federal representatives and not at the local level. It's not something that we can change. So after years of debate, the staff and the Planning Commission recommendation differ by one sentence. And the Planning Commission recommends a 100-foot setback from schools and residents be required, and any relief granted showing effective prohibition must be the least intrusive. And we're recommending as staff that this one sentence be excluded because it can be reasonably argued that significant portions of the city would be unavailable for wireless facility placement. Our GIS staff prepared some maps. The draft ordinance looks at a 100-foot buffer from residences and schools. And as you can see, the yellow that includes that buffer would not allow facilities in a large portion of the city. The one exception would be the Ryan Ranch area along Highway 68. One of the questions asked at the last meeting, well, if 100 feet is too much, what about 25, 50, 75? Do we see something different there in the math and the maps? There are slight changes, but not significant. And this is a 25-foot, 50-foot, and 75-foot. There were a lot of comparisons made or discussions that some other cities have setback requirements. The most recent was the city of Malibu. Many cities do not include their guidelines in the ordinance. As I said, there was a want from the community and the subcommittee that everything be included in our ordinance because it could be in one place. Other cities divide it. They provide a framework in the ordinance and all the guidelines and submittal requirements and all of that is in a resolution. And in the city of Malibu, their resolution, they have discouraged locations and zones. So it doesn't say prohibited, it's discouraged. And then they give standards of setbacks from various facilities. But in those same guidelines, they create exceptions to the design standards. And I think, you can read this, but it can be granted when the applicant can demonstrate that the placement is less visible from view sheds of residences or shielded by vegetation or existing infrastructure. So they provide a way for the wireless company to provide an argument that the aesthetics are better served in a different area. I do want to say that you have alternatives tonight. At the last meeting, the public testimony indicated this was a staff ordinance. From my perspective, that is not a true statement. The draft as a subcommittee ordinance was reviewed for legal compliance, and only the necessary changes were made to the draft. If the council does not feel the ordinance is appropriate, the council could choose to not pass the ordinance and the city can utilize its existing regulations. The one thing that we would have to bring back to you is as part of this process, we had to go to the airport district and the airport land use commission to create a review process, especially as we're moving into 5G. The FAA needs to be notified of facilities. So we would need the change recommended by the ALUC is codification of a review process. And it basically requires the FAA to be notified of new wireless facilities, and they are giving us a notification that they have reviewed the facility. So in summary, we're recommending that the council basically introduce by title only, waive the full reading, and pass the first reading of the ordinance. And the difference between the staff and the planning commission recommendation is that one sentence. The planning commission recommends to you that you include that 100-foot setback. Staff is recommending that you do not include that setback because we believe that it can be effectively argued that it limits service. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Kim. Appreciate the presentation. To the council, any questions?
Yeah, one little question. I hate to go back, but I'm not quite sure I understand the airport piece. If you could go back that and give that to us again. So the choice is that if this was approved tonight, we don't have to go back to the airport. So go through that piece again, because I wasn't quite sure.
We've already started implementing what the Airport Land Use Commission wants.
Okay.
And that basically is every application that we receive goes to the airport land use or goes to the FAA. The applicant, like Verizon or AT&T, any of the providers have to fill out an application. The FAA then provides us notification that the facility can go forward. And so what the change occurs in this order, that doesn't exist in our current ordinance. We're doing it to comply with the Airport Land Use Commission, but it doesn't exist. So we need to, my recommendation is we need to codify that process.
Okay, so I just wanted to track the timeline. So it's not that we're finalizing this and then it goes back to the airport. We've already engaged with that process to comply.
Correct.
And that doesn't create any unburden or a burdensome position or impact to our staff and does not violate our position in compliance with the FCC.
Correct. It's basically a checklist requirement as we get to the building permit. I asked, can I see your application to the FAA? And can I see their response?
Okay.
And it's been very straightforward.
Got it now. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anybody else?
Yes, quick question. So planning commission, just getting clarification, basically was the one that suggested the 100-foot setback, correct?
That came from the public, so we didn't really hear as much about that during the subcommittee hearing. We heard about that from the public, and then the planning commission incorporated it into the ordinance. He ultimately
made the motion
to include it, but the idea of it came from members of the public. Then it was incorporated into the draft ordinance by, I believe, Commissioner Millage at the time made that recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Alan or Gino, do either of you have questions at this time? We'll get to public comment here shortly.
I do have a question. I don't know if Gino does. Gino, go ahead. Okay.
I don't, thank you.
So Kim, our staff report, I think, addressed this, but I think it still would be helpful to kind of explain for the public. Some of the cities that were mentioned by the public last time as having, significant setbacks. I wonder if you could address that and how our ordinance sort of offers protection in different ways, and also the way in which sort of the status of the setback in some of those cities. I don't know if that might be a question for city attorney or for you or for both, but I thought the staff report addressed that, but I think it would be beneficial to explain for the public a little bit about maybe the status of some of the buffers in some of those places. My recollection is some of them had been litigated and changes had been made. And then also just the way in which our ordinance is drafted to provide other kinds of protections, if you will, or kind of regulatory checks. I think it might be helpful if you could just review what some of those regulatory checks that our subcommittee recommended and that staff have included in this draft ordinance.
I'll start off, and then if anyone else has any input, they can provide it as well. So first of all, it's very common in ordinances to see a priority or preference from cities where they want the facilities to be located. And our ordinance does a really good job of that, and so do many other ordinances in the state of California. In our city, we would like to see them in industrial areas and commercial areas first. I mean, we want to see, so we're telling the wireless companies, you know, locate here first, and then from there, we actually went so far as to say that in the residential areas, the use is prohibited. And that if you're going to locate in that area, you have to show the effect of prohibition. You have to prove that it'll materially inhibit your ability to provide the service. So from a staff perspective, we have provided the strongest proven way to discourage, prohibit them from residential areas. So that's the most common. There are a handful of cities that have setback requirements to residences and schools. And sometimes they're located in resolutions like we saw with the city of Malibu. But most of the ordinances have exception clauses or a way for the facility to continue to be located in that area. The geography of a particular city may be very different. When I think of the city of Irvine, they have large boulevards that subdivide, if you will, from curvilinear subdivisions. So they're a more traditional sort of 1980s type development where you have large boulevards. And so you might be able to locate them there and still provide service to the residential neighborhood, but not be located directly in front of the residents. Monterey's geography is very different. We think of New Monterey, Old Town, and all of our neighborhoods. All of our lots are very close together. And I think that's what the maps show you, that if we institute that 100-foot setback and it's a standard, that there's really not a place for the wireless facilities to locate. We're much stronger, in our opinion, to say that it's prohibited in residential areas, just period, and that you can't locate there unless you show us an effective prohibition versus creating a standard that they can't meet. So that's where our recommendation starts from. And we think we're in a much stronger position with the prohibition overall in residential areas.
Thanks, Kim.
Okay, and Gina, you said you had no questions?
Yeah, no questions. Thank you.
You're perfect. All right, let's go out to public. And we have two heavy agenda items tonight. So we are going to limit public comment for both of the items to 2 minutes. So let's go ahead and start lining up, and we'll go ahead and start taking public comment in the chamber first.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson and council members. I am Marta Krafchek, a lifelong resident and board member of MVNA. I want to ask you all some questions. In making a decision on a project, any project for that matter, between one that was recommended by your planning commission and clearly the preference of your constituents versus a plan altered by city staff that affected aesthetics, health and safety of those same constituents? Which one would you choose? Why have you allowed city staff to rewrite the wireless ordinance in their view, removing important points as opposed to taking the recommendation of your own planning commission? These points include 100-foot setbacks from all residences that planning commissioners stated must be included in this ordinance for them to recommend it. You have been given the legal perception that you have no choice in this decision, but you do have a choice. Other cities, notably Petaluma, have 500-foot setbacks or greater. Why did staff change the allowable distance between small cell facilities to only 250 feet? Do you realize that you could have 3 of these facilities in a single city block? How do you think this improves the aesthetics throughout our city? You should approve 1,500 minimum to discourage this visual blight. What happened to the 120% fall zone? Do you want to take responsibility and the city liability for an aging pole overburdened by cell equipment falling on a residence? Why does the ordinance before you granting relief from effective prohibition have least intrusive crossed out? It is my hope that you, our elected representatives, will reject the version of the wireless ordinance that is in front of you today. I encourage all of you to demand and defend the strongest wireless ordinance possible for the city of Monterey. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson, members of City Council and City staff. My name is Tony Tollner and I live here in Monterey. I'm here tonight to address the modification to the cell tower ordinance that you all are proposing to adopt. I'm kind of surprised given the last org chart I saw of city government, it showed the citizens in the top spot. And I find that you're kind of ignoring virtually every resident I've spoken to or heard from or heard speak at city council meetings about their preference. I've never heard a citizen or resident here complain about cell service or lack thereof. A couple of years ago, these chambers were standing room only and multiple citizens spoke, all opposing cell towers in the city. That sentiment hasn't changed. Additionally, over 800 pages of opposing opinion with supporting data and research were submitted. In 2018, City Council said they wanted, quote, the strongest, most protective ordinance possible, end quote. But now you all seem bent on following staff's flawed recommendations instead of listening to the public who are supposed to be in charge. Additionally, the city's wireless subcommittee dedicated hundreds of hours over 24 meetings putting together an ordinance that reflected the sanctity and safety of our neighborhoods and citizens and the real will of the people. Lastly, even our city's planning commission refused to recommend a draft without a 100-foot setback in place. A minimum of 100-foot setback from schools and residences is essential for safety, preserving aesthetics, and maintaining property values. I find it extraordinary that you are failing to listen to the voices of your constituents in spite of the fact that those very same people put you in office. What are you thinking? The city only has to consider. Your job is to represent us. I encourage you to insist that the strongest, most protective ordinance possible that you spoke about with a minimum of 100-foot setback. It's what we need to protect our city. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, this is Bruce Anetta. This comes down to fiber optic versus small cell towers. Why do I say that? Because this is a target on neighborhoods. Small cell towers are going, they want from the beginning, because we've been following this from the beginning. This was to get internet to you on the cheap. You can spend the money and do fiber optic, which is happening in our neighborhoods, or you can have some companies that want to get it to you on the cheap. This is the cheap way of doing it. Well, with cheap comes costs, long-term costs. And well, one, the product that is delivered is far inferior. But again, the industry can do it on the cheap, so that's what they're going to try to do for you.
So this comes down to fiber optic versus cell towers. This is not about mobile devices. That's covered. This is about a cheap way of getting you internet by an industry that wants to do it on the cheap. So here's the deal. Not only is the product far better with fiber optic or even copper, but we can put that fiber optic and that copper, whatever, we can put that underground. So we get our aesthetics. Can't do that with cellular. Cellular's out there in front for us to look at. So I think that tells the story there. This is between fiber optic and cellular. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council members, Pat Venza, Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association Vice President. The word is confused for many of us today. Please look at the city adopted organizational chart, which was mentioned earlier. The top of the chart is citizens of Monterey. Yet for most of this process, we do not feel like the concerns have been at the top of the chart. My hope is that today, the confusion is removed by you approving the strongest wireless ordinance legally possible as requested by the City Council back in 2018. We are not asking for anything that other cities do not have. We have provided that background to you through multiple emails. The first is to follow the direction of the Planning Commission and leave in the 100-foot setbacks for residents and schools, from residents and schools. This could be minorly changed to residential neighborhoods, which might make staff a little happier. Second is to increase the distance between the facilities from 250 to 1,500 feet. As an aesthetic consideration, this is well within the authority of local government. With 250-foot distance, there could be 3 wireless facilities on a city block. Third is to add in 120% fall zone, which we found in many of the city ordinances. Over the past month, it became very clear that trees and poles falling are a real danger to all of us. This has been a very long process for many of us, and I hope that those of you who have not been part of it will understand our concerns. All we want is to live in Monterey neighborhoods that we love. Additions to the neighborhoods should only be improvements to our views and our safety, not local government imposing deterioration. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson, city staff and residents. My name is Dr. John Adamo, and I'm strictly against cell towers in residential neighborhoods for the following reasons. There is a vast amount of documented and cumulative evidence that radiation emitted from electromagnetic frequency EMF from cell towers is at a high health risk and can cause serious health problems. Children are a real concern with their bodies still developing, and that the EMF radiation being emitted will be a continue 24/7. One of the insurance companies of the world, the Swiss reinsurance company, classified EMF radiation into the highest risk class. This was stated on their website to allow for a functional network coverage and increase overall capacity. More antennas will be needed, including the acceptance of higher level of EMF radiation. The community of neighbors, my family and I, are insisting on a minimal 100-foot setback from any occupied structures in agreement with the planning commissioners. We really would want a 500-foot setback from these cell towers to preserve the beauty of Monterey, as other cities have already successfully adopted in their wireless ordinance for the safety of residents to maintain aesthetic beauty and also for property value. The wireless ordinance must be strongly in favor of the Monterey residents who live here for their protection rights, for their safety concerns, for their property values, for the beauty of their city and its neighborhood, for health concerns, for decreased fire risk, and because city government employees who are elected into office by the residents are to represent their best interests in their government making decisions. Thank you.
Phased arrays, that's what they're called, a bundle of microwaving wires bombarding us more powerfully than ever before and on every street lamp. The cause, us using internet on our phones instead of keeping internet on landlines at home. So we must do our part to prevent the spread of this dangerous and irresistible technology. As we speak, there is in Washington, D.C., a court decision to decide if a massive lawsuit against the cell phone industry will be allowed to go on trial. Multiple families are suing most of the major wireless companies and their trade association, asking for hundreds of millions of dollars in damages, claiming cell phones cause brain tumors. The lawsuit claims the federal communications standards are outdated and pointed to a government study showing exposure to cell phone radiation can cause brain and heart tumors in rats. So please do what's right for you, your family, and for all of us. Thank you.
Evening, Susan Nine, former representative on the wireless subcommittee. I am just thinking that there's a misunderstanding about this whole effective probation thing works. That came from the Federal Telecommunications Act. The first line of that section says, cities, local governments have all the power to regulate and enforce all of the requirements in their zoning ordinances. And the only exception, well, there's two exceptions. One, you can't base your denials on environmental impacts, unfortunately. But the other is that the applicant has to show a prohibition or an effective prohibition. They can do that with any clause in this ordinance. I mean, they have the right to try to prove that. The burden of proof is on them, and it's by clear and convincing evidence. So you can put that requirement in your code and expect everybody to follow it unless they meet their burden of proof of showing effective prohibition. If you remove the requirement, you might as well remove all your city requirements in a wireless ordinance. That's what variances are for. If they can prove to a planning commission or on appeal to the city council or in front of a judge that in fact they're entitled to a variance from this requirement, an exemption from this requirement, the law gives them the right to try to do that in order to get that one person on a case-by-case basis an exception to that requirement. If you remove it, everybody, whether they have been needed or not, will be able to put these right next to people's houses. They won't have to prove anything. Extenet, all these people who build them and don't even provide the services will not be required to show anything because you won't even have the requirement there. This was important to the Planning Commission. It's important to the public. The Planning Commission said they would not recommend it without it. We agree with them and support them. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jeannie Ferrara. I've been a realtor in Monterey for 18 years. My research has shown that property values can decrease up to 20% or more when cell towers are installed nearby. If you consider that say the average price of a home in Monterey is $1 million, 20% is $200,000. So the property tax paying homeowners of Monterey must be protected. Those property taxes create a large portion of the funding for the city of Monterey. On March 15th, 2018, the citizens rejected 13 cell towers in a 1 mile radius in the Monterey Vista neighborhood. So why would you think that we would want hundreds of them in our residential neighborhoods now? Because what this ordinance proposes is a 250-foot separation between towers. And like people have said, there could be 3 of them on one block. The Petaluma ordinance requires 1,500 feet apart. It also requires a 500-foot setback from homes and 120% fall zone. And it has not been challenged. So also, as has been mentioned, the world's largest insurance companies have responded to wireless by excluding any liability coverages for claims directly or indirectly arising out of, resulting from, or contributed to by electromagnetic fields, electromagnetic radiation, electromagnetism, radio waves, or noise. Lloyd's of London and Swiss Reinsurance Company have put wireless radiation in the highest risk category, next to smoking and asbestos. I respectfully request that you give us the strongest ordinance with the very least 1,500 feet apart, a 100-foot setback required by the Planning Commission. And there was a cell tower that was in Carmel. Someone opposed a cell tower, and Verizon appealed it, and the appeal was denied. So it's not true that telecom companies always win. Sorry, this is really distracting.
We're good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Murray, and I'm a local artist and gardener. And I brought some blossoms from my garden just to talk about aesthetics and beauty, and how in Monterey, we respect the beauty of our natural area. We respect the incredible historic setting that we have, the beautiful old buildings, and we also really look to the future. We look to the future with our schools and our leadership here, our so many languages. And right now we're making a decision right now that's going to affect the future. And I live in an old historic house, and I've worked with Kim, and I love and appreciate her. I love my city. I respect the planners. I've worked with the planners. I have restored this historic house at great work the last 23 years. And it is in this neighborhood that could have these cell towers, Monte Vista. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in it, that we should be imposed upon to have that for our health, for our aesthetics. And I think that we are better than that. We have preserved the past, we look to the future, and right now we have a decision to make. And I ask you to consider making it as strong as possible and to really listen to the people. And we are the ones that want to protect and hold the vibrancy and the beauty of our area. So thank you for your service and your work and listening to us. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Charles Martin, born here into this beautiful jewel. I think Monterey is aesthetics. You know, there's all these other arguments and things to consider, and I can really kind of empathize with you hearing so many viewpoints, so many ideas. But in the end, it's about aesthetics. You should be very grateful that your citizens and your residents help reinforce how important that is. I mean, they are it's the basis of our economy. It's the basis of the salaries that the staff get. It's the basis of all the way the bills that Monterey has to pay. That's it. The sardines aren't coming back. We can't grow lettuce. We can't grow strawberries. We can't grow artichokes. So we need to keep that very firm in mind. In fact, as I understand it, we aren't going to let the larger boats come in, Carnival cruise type boats come in here, because it's incongruent. It's incongruent with what image and benefit Monterey creates through a lot of hard effort and planning to draw the people here. And it also diminishes the assets of potentially every citizen in Monterey by diminishing the value of their house. It will diminish potentially the value of your house if you have one right outside it. Are you going to be happy about that? Nobody will be happy about that. So the impact is real, and it has a real impact uniquely on us. And we can stand on the idea that aesthetics are premier here. Thank you again for listening to all these ideas. And we just be grateful that that one sentence is the only thing we're talking about. Please consider keeping that one sentence. Thank you.
Hello, Council, Mayor. My name is Luke Martin. I been here practically my whole life, and one of the things that I remember was growing up in a city of beauty and aesthetics, and one of the fortunate ones that I was able to have a view of the entire the entire city, and even over the bay and so on. I think the idea of the tourism that we would be giving up, would not be good for the city. We just had the AT&T. You know how many events we have, and that is a source of a lot of income for us. There's an ugly, the equipment does not suit the decor of the city. But when the last meeting was going on, we already had some of the financial institutions that I belong to talking about, well, 5G, we need it to keep up with the Chinese, I don't think that those are good reasons. China has a much different government than we do, and our government should be honored, and the people should be honored here. So it's not a good thing to compete with other countries that don't have the same morality that we have. I am concerned about the health and the safety issues as well, as you've heard from other people. And we just had 5 weeks of storms, and we had 8 fallen trees in my neighborhood. The telephone poles are ready to go next. It should be underground. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sharice Carlisle, a Monterey resident, Mayor Williamson, City Council members. We do not want countless and unsightly cell facilities in our neighborhoods. I don't know of anyone who wants this. It will degrade and lower the quality of our lives for all the serious reasons given by the residents. So I and numerous residents would like setback of 500 feet like other cities have required, and an absolute minimum setback of 100 feet or more from any occupied structure. Your planning commissioners wisely recommended these setbacks. Please vote for a strong wireless ordinance. for our future and protection from the ever increasing radiation concerns and the undoubted increased fire risk, to preserve Monterey's nature sanctuary, the beauty of our city, our safety, well-being, and for the peace of mind of your residents that live here. Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Williamson, City Council, and City staff. My name is Catherine Adamo. I'm a resident of Monterey. These cell facilities generate extreme heat and don't belong in our high fire forested area of Monterey, with the rising concern of California wildfires. If there is a malfunction with these small cell towers to any part of its cooling system or some unexpected disaster that may occur, this could turn destructive for the Monterey neighborhoods. Monterey has a poor evacuation route in many neighborhoods for residents in an emergency situation. And these radiation cell facilities will increase fire risk. I am insisting, along with many other residents, that a minimum of 100 feet setbacks from these small cell towers from any homes or occupied structures is in agreement with our planning commissioners. And thank you.
Hello, I'm Lori Wheeler. I'm a resident of Monterey Vista neighborhood. And I wanted to reflect on the map that we were shown of what would happen with our wireless coverage if in fact we had a 100-foot setback in the residential neighborhoods. And I, for one, am fine with the fact that I may not have 5G coverage in my neighborhood if there's a 100-foot setback provision. I am perfectly fine with that. I do not believe that 5G is going to better my life or my neighbors' lives. I believe that our cell coverage is perfectly fine as is, and that the health impacts, as well as all of the other reasons that have been brought forth tonight, are important enough to just draw the line in the sand at this point. Thank you.
Jean Rash, President of the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association. A question for the public. How many of you support 100-foot setbacks from residences? How many of you support 1,500-foot setbacks between the facilities? And how many support the 120% fall zones? Okay, thank you. Honorable Council, so what else, in addition to how we feel, do you now know from the public educating you? That very good citizens are crazy with concern for their families. That under the Telecommunications Act, Section 704, local government controls the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities. That you should worry less about litigation. Lawsuit resolutions in this arena do not include damages nor intentional infliction of anything, nor even payment of the other's attorney fees. That other cities have the protections that we demand, Malibu, the 500-foot setbacks from schools, 1,000 feet between facilities, and 120% fall zones. Petaluma with 500 feet setbacks from residents and between facilities. You now know that staff did not submit what the council requested in 2017, i.e. the strongest ordinance to protect the residents. You now know that the Planning Commission never was given the subcommittee report as council directed, only a redlined version littered with suggested redactions and additions. You know that staff did not submit to you the Planning Commission recommended ordinance, only their recommended version. In the Army, this would be insubordination. We have taught you so much, the public, and we are all unpaid. I feel you owe an apology to every resident here tonight. There were no personal attacks on January 17th, and you cannot demand your view of cordiality. You've dealt with this for 3 weeks and got irritable and rebuked the public after only 3 hours.
Gene.
We've dealt with it for 5 years.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Please, just do what you got to do to keep these facilities out of residential zones and away from schools, please. There has been talk of 100-foot setback. No one should think this is anywhere near acceptable. I measured the distance from the front of my house to the front of my neighbor's house directly across the street. That was 100 feet. So when you hear one of us say something like, imagine these monstrosities outside your bedroom window, that's not hyperbole. 100 feet is nothing, so let's not act like it's something. We should accept no less than 500, in my opinion. I want to warn against adopting an unprotective ordinance. The flimsy reason for doing so, it seems, is to avoid litigation. When the worst that could happen is the city loses its case and must approve an application. Please don't be scared of getting sued, please. These people that show up for these meetings and voice our concerns and fight, we are not afraid. We got a good sized taste of this battle. And though we do not want a fight, we are talking about the beauty of our city, and that's worth the fight. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kristen Dodderer, and I urge you to include at least a 500-foot setback of wireless facilities from homes and schools and a 1,000-foot minimum requirement in between facilities in order to protect the exceptional beauty of Monterey. The city's stated goal of undergrounding utilities would be compatible with this, and to protect its residents' property values, its residents' safety and quality of life. It was concerning in the last meeting how effective prohibition was being discussed as sort of a boogeyman that should dictate the content of our wireless ordinance and the various mapping scenarios. Effective prohibition must be made on a case-by-case basis, and no ordinance in and of itself would create an effective prohibition. The city decides whether an applicant has sufficiently proven effective prohibition. Should a particular application be submitted and denied, and should a case of effective prohibition arise, the ordinance recommended by the Planning Commission allows for variances to be made. Why would the city relinquish any of its power to regulate its aesthetics and ensure its residents' rights at this juncture? We need to afford ourselves the strongest local control instead of fearing scenarios that have not happened yet. History has shown that if Big Telecom is going to sue, they are going to sue no matter what is in our ordinance, and cities will always have to fight these legal costs. It makes no sense to relinquish the legal control that we already have by not having the strongest possible ordinance to protect us in those cases. And should an applicant ever win an appeal of a particular denial in court, they are not entitled to any monetary awards. After the city of Carmel denied residential cell tower applications based on their strong wording that residential placement was not allowed, Verizon did sue, but they sued on a technicality and they lost that in court. They did not sue on effective prohibition. Thanks.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Paul Bruno. And like the last two speakers, I walked up here with a cell phone in my hand. In fact, I'm going to ask the audience, who here doesn't have a cell phone? Raise your hand. Well, I guess we must love our cell phones. And I bet if there was an emergency right now, I'd dial 911. And I'll probably check on my stocks and I'll do other things on this phone. It's progress. It's what we have. And we need cell towers to make this work. People sometimes have troubles with progress. I remember seeing a picture in the Herald of the freeway that was being built up Carmel Hill, the one that bypassed the city, and a little caption about people upset about the trees that were being torn down to make that freeway. But I also remember not that long ago when there was an accident on that freeway and we had to bypass and have people go through town for several hours. And this town came to a standstill. Thank God there's that freeway every day because we need it. I remember people having issues with the rec trail in Pacific Grove when it was going to take out the railroad tracks. Imagine being against the rec trail, but there were people against that. There's always people against things. I use my cell phone every day. So does everybody in this room. Do what is right. Thank you.
Claudia Ayer speaking. As a person who was born in this county, loves the county, and sees Monterey as an exemplar for other local communities, you need to ask yourselves as representatives, who benefits? Who benefits from having 5G towers all over the place? Not the residents. They already have access. They've got better access, safer access. You don't know the long-term risks of 5G. You just don't know them. You can't know them. So who will you be representing? The industry, telecommunications, or your public? Thank you.
Kevin Dayton speaking as a resident of Monterey. I remember about 2008, I read a news story about a 50-year-old time capsule that had been opened in a town, and it included a bunch of predictions there from children about what the future would be like. And of course, most of them were way off. We're not flying around in little personal jets today. But one of them caught my attention, and it was, we'll have a machine in our house that will give us all the answers. And I said, in some ways that has come true, because when like most of the people on here, when I was in college, you had to go to the card catalog, and then you had to go and do books, and you had to use the reader's guide to look up magazines. When I started working as a government affairs director, I had to have all the agendas mailed to me, and if they didn't come in time, I didn't know what was happening. Boy, the world has changed. Information is power. And I would argue, and I regret that society is not taking advantage of this, information is power in our democracy. It allows me to watch this on my computer and come in. And as far as the conspiracies about telecommunications companies, I guess that they're trying to make our coverage, electronic coverage, better for customers so that we can use information as power. So keep a balanced perspective here. I know nobody likes the looks of a antenna, but boy, I like access to information to give myself power in a democracy and in commerce and in everything else in my life. Thank you.
Anybody else in the chambers wish to speak?
Hello, Council. My name is Timothy Barrett. I'm a former council member, and I've just recently been elected as the Neighborhood Association President for the new Monterey Neighborhood Association. But I'm not here in that capacity. I'm just here on my own. And I know this is a really tough issue. There's a lot of community feeling about it. And you're really working to get the situation right. So let's take the time to do it. I know you are. It seems like it goes on forever, but let's make it right. And there's a lot of feeling out there that the council should be considering a setback. And I think what the issue is that the setback might be seen as a moratorium. But I have to feel that there has to be some magic number of a setback that doesn't mean that it's a moratorium on cell phone usage. I think we just need to find that number. They have creative engineers. We have setbacks for everything else. We have setbacks for our fences. We have setbacks for the edge of our homes from our property lines, for our sheds. We should have a setback for this as well. And I guess that's really what I want to say. Some magic number that doesn't mean that this is indefensible in court because it's a moratorium, but it just means that their engineers have to figure out the right pathways. So please do consider that setback.
Anybody else? Any takers? Going once, going twice. Let's go to Zoom, please.
All right, so we have Ray Myers first.
Good evening. Good evening. Cell site facilities do not belong in a residential neighborhood. Those are the words I began a statement to the Marina Planning Commission in 1995, when a large macro cell tower over 65 feet high was proposed just behind my new home. Concerns about cell phones were far different then, and the Telecommunication Act of 1996 was not yet in effect. I talked about current studies showing growing environmental concerns, but nobody on the commission wanted to listen to just one resident. The cell companies had 3 attorneys and a group of hired radio engineers to make me look irrational. It was when I showed them the tower, what it was going to look like and how it was going to impact the aesthetics of the neighborhood. It got their attention. And I made a statement that I grew up in Monterey, and if a cell tower was suggested in a Monterey neighborhood, you would have the people stand up and protest it. The city of Marina denied the cell tower application. I moved back to Monterey a few years later because I valued the ethos and the dedication of its residents to preserve its rich natural environment, protect its historic landmarks and its natural beauty. The issue of cell towers in residential neighborhoods was challenged in 2018 when 13 cell towers were proposed where I live now in Monterey Vista. The planning department denied the application, but not because the city staff was against it. They actually endorsed it. It was the will of the people, as I predicted, to stand up and protest it that made the difference. Now we want you to listen and appreciate how much we care about this city. Use your power the law gives you to protect the aesthetics of our community by way of a strong ordinance. These antenna transmitters and various other support equipment, they're hideous, especially when added to the already burdened utility communication equipment on the poles. Make it a requirement for the cell towers to be set back at least 100 feet, so we don't have to look right into the ugly cellular technology and require a 120-foot fall zone to protect us from when they will inevitably fall down. You have an obligation to do this. It's best for the city. We deserve it as proud residents of Monterey. Thank you.
All right, the next speaker is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 306. And for the telephone callers, I don't think you'll be able to hear our timer, so just know we're doing 2 minutes right now. Go ahead, please. Telephone caller with the last, there we go. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, thank you. My name is Carol Kuzdenyi. You may remember that in 2015, the California State Legislature in Assembly Bill 57 gave firefighters an exemption from having cell towers placed on or adjacent to their facilities. This was because the firefighters were experiencing neurological harm as well as cancer from exposure to cell towers on or near their fire stations. In 2018, researchers with the famous Ramazzini Institute in Italy announced that a large-scale, lifetime study of lab animals exposed to environmental levels of cell tower radiation developed cancer. The study found increases in malignant brain tumors in female rats and precancerous conditions in both male and female rats. In this country, the U.S. National Toxicology Program spent $25 million studying the effects of wireless radiation and reported finding the same unusual cancer in male rats that the Ramazzini study found. It's called schwannoma of the heart. And the results of this $25 million study that we paid for are just sitting there. Nobody in government has paid any attention to it. No changes whatsoever have been made in the FCC guidelines. Why? Easy. The FCC has significant ties to the cell phone companies. This assault on human beings and the rest of nature is flat out criminal. Please don't be a part of it. If the state legislature could make exemptions for firefighters, the rest of us, as human beings, just like the firefighters, deserve to be taken care of, not assaulted. Dr. Martin Paul, PhD, Professor Emeritus of Biochemistry and Basic Medical Sciences at Washington State University, says that to be safe from a cell tower's emissions, you need to be 300 meters away, which is close to 1,000 feet. So please don't allow these cell towers to be close to homes, schools, and businesses. Even 100 feet is 10 times too close. We are in your hands, dear council members. Don't forsake us. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next telephone speaker has digits ending in 726. Last three digits 726. Please, there we go. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, council members, Mayor Williamson, city staff, and all the very passionate citizens of Monterey. My name is Tabitha Schneider. I'm a supervisor for network permitting at Crown Castle. For the record, a copy of my public comment was sent via email to the city clerk's office. My office address is 1 Park Place, Dublin, California. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to comment on the proposed wireless communications facility ordinance. We appreciate the work and the effort that the city has put into drafting the proposed ordinance. However, as currently drafted, there are several provisions in the ordinance that conflict with federal law. We received the proposed ordinance late Friday and are still in the process of reviewing it. However, it's clear that several provisions do not conform with federal law. We are planning to submit detailed comments to the city, but I can mention a few of the issues now. For example, the signal coverage map submittal requirement is in violation of federal law. The city may not require an applicant to demonstrate a gap in coverage. Such a requirement would materially inhibit an applicant's ability to provide telecommunications services. The FCC has stated that an effective prohibition would occur in violation of federal law if a city materially inhibits a provider's ability to densify a network, introduce new service, or improve existing service in addition to preventing a provider from filling a coverage gap. In addition, the right-of-way spacing requirements and undergrounding requirements are also discriminatory and will materially inhibit an applicant's ability to provide telecommunication service. Also, we have concerns regarding the treatment of existing wireless facilities that could be in violation of Section 6409 of the Spectrum Act. We request that the city refrain from moving forward the proposed ordinance to a second reading until industry representatives have the opportunity to meet with the city. Hopefully, we can work together on achieving an ordinance that will meet the needs of both the city and communication providers. And
thank you. The next speaker is Tammy Jennings.
Hi, I'm Tammy Jennings and I'm a resident of Monterey. I'm going to be short and sweet. There have been a lot of people, and I agree with them, for the medical reasons, the aesthetic reasons, especially when we're talking about in our communities to bury telephone lines and wires and things and putting out money to do that. But now we're considering putting huge cell towers in our neighborhoods. That's ridiculous. And number two, I'm sorry, I have a 4G phone and it's fast enough for me. I don't need a 5G. I don't need things downloaded in 2 seconds. We need the Monterey beauty and community to stay the way it is, because that's why everyone has moved here. That's why we have visitors coming here. And That's all I have to say. Please do not let the telecommunication industry dictate what our beautiful city does, excuse me. Thank you.
All right, next we have, I believe it's Miss Beatty. Go ahead, please.
This is Nina Beatty, and I request extra time because the system did not allow me to comment at the last meeting on the wireless ordinance. Since 2008, I've provided state and federal laws and regulations, legal resources, and relevant issues to city staff, the Planning Commission, and City Council, including impacts to public safety and civil rights. The Verizon tower was at my house. Though they knew I have serious life-threatening health effects from exposure to wireless radiation, the city leadership, city manager, community development, including planning, and city attorney approved of Verizon's plans to put a cell tower in front of my home in 2018. By doing so, they violated state and federal laws and regulations and included false statements in the agenda report. People in the community said this was retaliation. It was terrifying. They also approved a tower in front of another electromagnetically disabled resident, a former firefighter. Leadership staff were assisted by outside legal counsel. People repeatedly asked for new legal counsel to represent the public. We were ignored. Verizon withdrew 12 of the 13 proposals except the one in front of my house. Only the Planning Commission stopped this nightmare, but not on the basis of civil rights laws. Staff in the Planning Commission and City Council have violated the wireless ordinance and state and federal laws repeatedly since, recommending approvals that affect my home and access. And as a result of your decisions, I can no longer freely use my home and my health is seriously impacted. The TCA requires specific language for preemption of local, state, or federal laws. It adopts ADA definitions and requires accessibility, and it doesn't abridge or alter existing remedies and laws. Staff and outside legal counsel failed to assert this, and they failed to assert section 601C1, 251 to 256, 332A1, and 47 USC 414. The wireless ordinance proposed by staff has major deficits. The changes needed include requiring legal public notices to all, renters, tenants, as well as property owners, commercial and residential. Staff blocks changes to public notice requirements. Expand the legal notification to 1,000 feet. Require all parties to be present at hearings.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. The 2 minutes are up, and I did want to comment that the public comment on Zoom was functioning on January 17th. We did receive numerous comments. So I'm sorry that that didn't work that day for you, but the system was working. I'm calling next on Esther.
Good evening, everybody. I wasn't even going to comment really tonight because I've already said I don't disagree with and sympathize with the residents that have put so much time and effort into this. I did want to make a comment about at least the staff's presentation was understandable this time. The consultant that I'm sure we paid probably $100,000, if not more, to last meeting was terrible presentation. But when I heard this woman that just called in from Dublin speak to this, it made me think why we aren't talking to the point that it sounds like is going to be at the core of this, which is the federal implications, right? The federal laws or the FTC are the ones that I think are forcing this underlying issue in the first place. And I'm wondering if any of the parties involved have reached out to our congressman's office over the years that this has been up in the air and being discussed and formulated. I'm wondering if anybody has given any thought to the amount of money that could be required for the city to spend on this potential litigation. And if anybody's been following our budget meetings for the last couple of years, we don't have that kind of money. So I'm not disagreeing with anybody that's speaking against this. I'm just wondering if anybody's really been going after who's at the root of this, which is the feds that are giving this power to the companies that are trying to push this on everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there are no more hands raised on Zoom.
With that, we will close public comment and we'll bring it back to the council for deliberation. So council, how are you feeling? Any questions for staff?
Yes, questions.
I think we'll start with Ed then.
Yes, thank you. So a lot of information to take in. Appreciate the staff presentation. Very much appreciate the show from the public who has come out to tackle and share your perspective. So indeed, it's helpful. It's a difficult question, but I want to get to a difficult decision. I want to get to a couple of some of the technical things I need some clarification from. And I don't know if we have the right access to some of the questions because they're on the technical level. So this concept of whether it's 100 feet or 250 feet or 500 feet or 1,500 feet, if it's 1,500 feet, does that mean that the RF signal has to be stronger so it can get to where it needs to get to the next cell site? Or by forcing an ordinance that says no more than 250 feet apart, does that mean that that RF signal is weaker? And I don't know if we have somebody that can answer that on staff tonight, but I'm hearing this concept of not 100, 1,500, but if the 1,500 feet mark requires a stronger RF to be able to connect all the cell towers together, does that mean that we should be looking at something akin to 250 feet because the RF signal is less potential damage to those that are in it? So I'm going to leave that question hanging because I don't think we have an answer to that. The other part, I need to know from staff more about the effective prohibition in the context of some of the other cities that we've heard from who are obviously in a variety of different stages of either processing appeals or taking action. So we heard a little bit about Carmel tonight from one of the speakers. The staff supplement information we got tonight talks about Los Altos. We've heard about Petaluma. So I want to hear more about, are they in fact behind the curve on the FCC law being upheld, and are they in the same situation are we in? Are they in fact actually passing ordinances that are 500 feet for setbacks? You can answer that. Okay, so I'll pause there and maybe let staff answer the question about the status of those other cities with their ordinances.
So part of the answer that was it was in our presentation when we spoke about Malibu or other cities. There are areas in which the cities provide exceptions, so that there is not a blanket setback requirement without providing a clear definition of what those exceptions are, that then allow the small cell providers to put their small cells in places which the city has already predetermined is complying with those very clearly defined exceptions. And with that, I would suggest, if I said anything wrong, to ask the attorney or if to clarify this further. But a part of our presentation was to explain that those setbacks come with the price of providing exceptions in order, again, to prevent the effective prohibition that is unfortunately a fact we have to deal with. So the way other cities deal with that is that they provide clearly defined exceptions. I remember that one of the approaches that we had 3-4 years ago with our wireless committee to start defining those areas where we would allow small cells. And at that time, our residents and the wireless subcommittee didn't want to go there. So it was excluded. And now we have to deal with those consequences, and one of them is our staff recommendation not to keep the 100 feet setback in there.
Okay. And the follow-up to the, and I'm sorry, Chrissy, was there something else to follow up on that?
That Hans Isler did state it very, very well. And I would just say it's not really comparing apples to apples. Every city has different regulations, and you can't cherry pick a discrete part of one city's ordinance and try to drop it into ours, because there's a cumulative effect of all of these protections that are built in by the wireless subcommittee into the draft ordinance to make it in its current state. And Gail Karish is on as a panelist. She has extensive knowledge of what other cities are doing. She's an expert in this field. And so Gail, if you want to chime in on Councilmember Smith's question, that'd be great.
Sure, thank you. And thank you for having me here. I don't disagree with anything that's been said already as explanation. I'll just kind of emphasize the point. When you're looking at different requirements in wireless ordinances that are trying to regulate location and design and things like that, that it's a cumulative thing. So you already have, for example, in the draft before you, in the draft that was discussed at the Planning Commission meeting, a very strong requirement, and it's on page 25 and 26, where there, in certain instances, in certain locations, the applicant has to make an effective prohibition showing to go there. And as it was shown in the presentation, one of those areas is in residential areas. So there is already that requirement to make an effective prohibition showing. And so adding the 100-foot setback from residences and an effective prohibition showing is sort of doubling up on what you already have as a requirement in residential areas. So that was one of the issues that where other cities, sometimes they might have setbacks, but they don't have that fundamental requirement to have an effective prohibition showing just to get into a residential area.
And before you continue, and I don't want to take away from you, you're speaking and asking questions right now. I think that there's more questions. I know I have at least some on the effective prohibition. And so I'm thinking if we can stay on this for a second, then maybe we can come back to you if there's
on the topic of the effective prohibition. Yeah, no, I'm fine.
Okay. Does anybody else want to jump in at this point on the effective prohibition conversation?
Yes, I wanted to ask a quick question. So if I'm understanding correctly, with the effective prohibition, you're saying how they have to show the effective prohibition in a residential area. But if it's a federal law, is the proof of burden on them regardless, whether it's in a residential area or not? I'm trying to get an understanding of that as far as the effective prohibition part.
So if an applicant is ever making a claim that they can't meet one of your requirements, and because it would create an effective prohibition, it effectively prohibit their provision of wireless service, it's always their obligation to demonstrate that to you and to prove that claim. But what your ordinance does is, in some instances, it says in advance, if you want to go to this location, you're going to have to prove that, right? And that's something that some of the wireless carriers object to and say, oh, you can't do that. That should only be done at the court level. But a lot of communities have taken the approach that your ordinance takes, where as part of your requirements, you say, if you're going to go in certain locations, we're going to ask you we really don't want you to be there for aesthetic and other reasons. So we want you to demonstrate that you have to be there, and that's by showing an effective prohibition claim or some other violation of state or federal law.
Okay, thank you. And so is that my understanding of why staff had recommended putting prohibited in residential areas unless they can prove why it has to be there? Is that stating the same thing?
Right, right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Alan, did you have something on the effective prohibition conversation?
I have a question and I have some other thoughts, but not on effective prohibition.
Okay, if I could just jump in really quick and then we'll go back to Ed so he can finish and then we'll get to you afterwards, Alan. So I feel like we're spinning in circles here. Could we create the setback with the exception of the effective prohibition? And then I also think this goes into the comments that Susan Nine had made during her comments in saying that the effective prohibition applies to all the policies. So why would this one be different? So I'm just hoping staff could explain that a little bit further so I can try to understand that. I'm not sure if Gail, it might be a good question for you or.
Yeah, so I think I'm understanding your question. So if you have, it's a question of the overall kind of cumulative impact of your various location requirements. And I think the simple point that staff was making about objecting to the 100-foot setback is that from residences was that you already have the requirement to show an effective prohibition to be in a residential zone. So what added protection do you get by saying you have to show an effective prohibition if you're going to be within 100 feet of a residence or residential property when you already have them a requirement to show the effective prohibition to get into a residential area.
Okay. Okay. And then just for context, I want to give my neighborhood as an example here. So I live in Old Town. It's pretty dense. What are we looking at in regards to a typical space in between 5G cell towers in order for the telecommunication industry to be able to provide the services effectively?
I'm sorry, is that directed to me or is staff answering? I couldn't tell.
So there's no direct.
Yeah,
So I can tell you, let me say this, my experience in a lot of cities and with a lot of applications coming before actual applications and discussions and comments from the carriers is that every carrier develops their own network and they determine their own requirements based in where they have demand, where they already have facilities, what obstructions might be from serving areas. So it's hard to give a blanket answer that it's always going to be this number or that number. I have seen Verizon argue like they did in the letter they submitted to the city council that 500-foot radius from where they would want to place a facility would work. I've seen them argue and others argue that it should be 250 feet between facilities. One of the issues that can affect the 100-foot setback is that if you're trying to get the carriers to use existing infrastructure, they're going to go where the poles exist already. So where a utility pole or street light exists, and that might not meet that kind of setback requirement. So that might mean they have to look more at putting new poles if they can even go on a street. If the street is too narrow, that might not even make it available. So I know that was a bit of a mixture of responses, but trying to explain sort of a little bit of how the carriers, when they look at a deployment, there are a lot of factors in figuring out where they need to put a new facility.
Thanks, Gail. I think Chrissy wants to jump in here and add.
I was just going to try to make an attempt to summarize the effective prohibition one more time because it is a complicated subject. And I think it's helpful to think in terms of the legal structure that we have on top of the pyramid, or if you want to think of the organization chart that's been brought up, what's missing from that organization chart is that at the very top is the federal laws. Local government has to comply with the federal laws. Below that would be the state laws. Local government has to comply with the state laws. Federal and state have carved out a small avenue where we can exert our local police powers to regulate where we would like the placement of wireless facilities based on aesthetic concerns. Now, the federal law is so strong that it says, even if you have this little space that you can regulate, if the wireless carrier cannot deliver the services, in other words, if that local regulation effectively prohibits the deployment of cellular or data, whatever it is, they get to knock out that local rule. They get to go there. And so you have to kind of think of it as flowing through that chain. And so what we're saying is we don't want, or what the draft ordinance is saying is the preference is that these facilities not be in residential areas. And that's the way the whole ordinance structure is drafted. And that was done at the request and the drafting of the wireless subcommittee. Again, the notion of setbacks was not brought up until 35 meetings, hundreds of hours later, at Planning Commission. And maybe it could be legislated, but again, that would take significant redrafting to achieve what needs to be achieved, honoring, as we're required to do, the federal laws and the state laws, and then exercising our control where we're legally permitted. And as this council knows, we have no fear of litigation or lawsuits. I invite anyone to look at our track record. No fear of litigation. That's putting the question and framing it incorrectly. That's not the decision that's before you today, is whether or not we're going to litigate. That's not on the table. On the table is, passing a regulation that complies with that chain, so to speak, federal, state, and exercising the control, the policy point that's been brought home, where do we want to put, where are we going to allow these facilities to be placed? So I don't know if that helps summarize
Yeah.
effective prohibition.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Okay.
I think we beat the effective prohibition element pretty hard here. So I'll pass it back to you, Ed, to continue your questions.
So it's a little bit connected, but I want to, in all fairness, for the audience, we got some clarification of something that's in the staff report, and it talks about the 500-foot search ring approach. And I guess I'm trying to understand the staff recommendation of what approach we're asking for on the search on the ring, on the 500 feet ring. Now, some in the audience tonight has asked for much further, but the explanation of the 500 foot, I need to know more about that, because reading the documents tonight and hearing some of the caller from one of those companies, and also keeping up on all the emails, I want to make sure I'm clear on what the staff is recommending on the commingling of equipment and how close it can be.
So those are two separate issues, but I'll just try to
Yeah, I know. I get
discuss the
confused. I
first
get
one.
confused sometimes. So bear with me.
The 500-foot search ring was proposed by Verizon in a letter that we received today.
Okay.
And basically what they're saying is that they would like the city to adopt that as a standard, that if they can't locate it in a specific location, that they could look 500 feet from that site.
Mm-hmm.
If the council was to choose that policy option, which has not really been evaluated at all through this entire process, you would basically be directing us to go back and amend the ordinance and come back for a new first reading. We would have to comb through everything to change the proposed ordinance to address that situation. So we don't have a necessary recommendation on the 500 feet. It is a policy option to you. So you have the 100 feet, the Planning Commission's recommending. You have Verizon recommending a 500 foot. search ring that's sort of a little bit different from that. And then you have the planning office saying that we're not recommending that 100-foot setback, being, the one sentence difference between the planning commission and recommendation. So there are different policy options. If we choose others, we'll have to go back and do some rewriting.
Okay, so
If I might just interrupt, just to add one thing, just to clarify, Verizon's proposal would have you adopt the 500-foot search ring and the standard of if they couldn't find a facility, they would look at within 500 feet, they would pick a place they wanted to be. If it wasn't your preferred location, then they would look within 500 feet to see if there is any feasible preferred option. So it would eliminate the effective prohibition requirement and put in place instead that kind of 500-foot search ring with the feasible preferred available options. So it's not 500 feet versus 100 feet. 100 feet goes with the effective prohibition showing. The 500-foot search ring that Verizon was proposing is really using a different standard to evaluate as well. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yeah, and at the end, it still places a small cell in the residential area within a 500 feet variance.
right, so it sounds like the recommendation of staff is that the requirement that they show that it would be an effective prohibition rather than a statutory number of 100 or 200 feet. We're putting the burden on the applicant in residential zones. They have to prove why they have to do it. Otherwise, it's an effective prohibition. So the burden of proof is on them, which is really a higher standard than saying a statutory number of 100 feet. So, I mean, that's all the questions I have for right now.
Perfect. Do you have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. I did say I was going to go to Alan. Alan, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a couple questions. One of the questions has to do with this notion of a buffer and how is that measured? Is it from the installation to the property line, or is it from the installation to the building? Because I'll just put that out there. When we're talking about a buffer, is that really from the installation to any property line, let's say that would be residential, or to the building that would be occupied on that residential site?
Pull up the ordinance to see the exact language.
While you're pulling it up, Kim, I guess what I'm wondering is if it's the property line, I can see how, the graphic you showed in which there really would be nowhere that almost anywhere in the city with 100-foot buffer that installations could be installed, and that would be a violation of the federal law. But what I'm wondering, I guess, is could we frame the buffer differently, and that it would be from the installation to an occupied piece of property, an occupied residence or school? Because I think what people are concerned about is that this would be really close to where they live. We don't live out on the edge of our property line, and kids in school don't spend a whole lot of time out on the edge of the school property line. So I'm just wondering if that could work. And if so, it seems to me intuitively that might change kind of our analysis of whether a 100-foot buffer would be legal.
So it's currently written in the draft, it's 100-foot setback from schools and residents must be required. As I read that, I believe that's from the actual residence and not the property line. is how the draft regulation is written. When our GIS staff did their analysis, I believe they did it from the midpoint of the lot and not, so that the other way to do the analysis is to select the whole parcel. And if I remember correctly, the base data, they had dots on every single house and on the school. So I believe it's.
So what you're saying is, in essence, the analysis probably was close to what I'm asking about, in the sense that it wasn't to the property line, it was sort of to the midpoint of the property line.
It was to the midpoint.
Okay, so that wouldn't work. Another question that I had was, you know, despite the fact that our staff have worked hard to come up with an ordinance that that is what our residents asked for through the subcommittee process, they don't seem to like it. And they seem to like other ordinances better. You know, they seem to like Petaluma, they seem to like Malibu. And I also understand that sort of there's an additive effect if we do what we've done, which have a lot of kind of regulatory protections, and then we add on to that this other thing, these much larger buffers and much larger separations, that again, we really create an ordinance that, well, in staff's opinion, is likely in violation of federal law. But what I'm wondering, I guess, Kim, is, you know, and I know nobody likes to start over, but if our residents really want what Malibu has, and they think what we're doing really isn't what they need or want, you know, could staff look at, you know, Petaluma and Malibu and just come back? And I understand it's a different approach. It's kind of a different strategy to how you craft the
Wait,
ordinance.
Alan, hold on.
Yeah.
If you, I know you all are trying to support the comments, but it's hard to hear. So if we can just try to make sure that we are.
Oh,
Go
okay,
ahead, Alan.
sorry. Let me know when I should.
Go ahead, you're good.
Okay, yeah, I'm just wondering, since people seem to really like Malibu and they seem to really like Petaluma, could we essentially adopt an ordinance largely based upon their ordinances?
So you have the option tonight to not pass the first reading of the ordinance. That's clearly an option before you. And we can work within the parameters of our existing ordinance for quite a while. The one thing I'll say, Malibu has a set of design guidelines that are separately adopted by resolution, and they have an ordinance that establishes a framework. And actually, that was something we talked to the subcommittee about early on. You know, if I remember, Joseph Van Eaton said it might be advisable to have all your submittal requirements and all of that separate from the actual ordinance. There was a strong feeling at the time that everything needed to be codified. So those other ideas are options, but my guess is we would be living with our existing ordinance for quite a while we worked through a whole new concept of guidelines separate from the ordinance, but it is definitely a policy option.
And Gail, if you're familiar, I don't know how familiar you may be or not with Malibu and Petaluma, but would one of them be easier to adopt or adapt, as it were, than the other, if we decided we wanted to kind of go that route and take a different strategy in terms of how we craft our ordinance?
I don't know that whether either of them would be easier to adopt. I'm not entirely sure if commenters were saying that they like the entire ordinance or they just like the setbacks that were in the ordinances. And to give you an example that I'm more familiar with, and that's the Malibu, they do have those some setback requirements, but they don't have what you have now, which is that requirement to show an effective prohibition to go in a residential zone. But instead they have those setbacks. They also have two ordinances. In fact, they have a zoning ordinance that deals with properties outside the public right of way, and then design guidelines in a resolution. And then they also have another ordinance that just deals with wireless facilities in the public right of way, and design guidelines that go with that ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I'll hold my comments till later.
Go ahead, Gino.
Thank you. I have a question about an item that, excuse my cough, I'm still trying to battle this nasty bug. I thought I heard a couple of times the mention of a EMF test, which I understood, and that's my question. I want to confirm that I understood correctly. That the EMF test would be part of the application process. So a provider comes to staff, submits an application, and as part of the process, the equipment, I guess, specs are sent out to a third party who then analyzes and determines if they fall within federal guidelines. First, I want to confirm that my understanding is correct. And if so, what happens, what actions are triggered if the hardware is deemed not within federal guidelines?
Well, I've processed quite a few applications at this point. So every applicant submits with their application. So they have their structural plans and they have an RF report prepared by a licensed engineer. We then take that submittal and we send it to an outside consultant hired by the city. It's an RF engineer, and they peer review that analysis. If there's any questions, the two RF engineers can talk, but most of the time, in fact, in the 98% range, the RF engineers agree on the proposed or the affected areas. And there's two safety zones typically identified on an RF report. There's the OSHA safety zone for where workers can be, and that's a more intensive area. And then there's general exposure limits. So there's the FCC regulations, as I understand them, have two different sets of standards, and we get maps that show two different rings, if you will, on them. The last piece is after installation of the facility, they're required to submit a third report to confirm the RF. So there's actually in total 3 analyses that are done on RF emissions.
Can you speak a little bit to what happens if, and I understand it may not have happened yet, but what if these reports show that the equipment is out of compliance?
Oh, then that's grounds to deny the application.
And if the equipment is already installed?
So you mean the post-construction report?
Correct.
They would have to go back and modify it.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I just clarify, when Gail was speaking, I was wondering, Gail, with respect to the Malibu ordinance, were you part of the team that worked on that ordinance?
I did advise the city through their wireless ordinance process, but it was, I was part of the team, mostly led by the staff. They had a very interested public that participated as well, and several meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're still with the council here for deliberation. We can take a motion, some kind of direction, or if there's still questions or comments, we can take that at this time. I see Alan has his hand up.
Yeah, so let me just share my thoughts, and I'm not ready to make a motion, but kind of at least what I'm thinking. I think it might be helpful for us to kind of share where we're at, what we're thinking. I think it's important to start off by saying that we've heard the community. We heard you in 2018, and that's why we set up the subcommittee at the request of the community at that time, why we joined a coalition of cities to to litigate. And so we absolutely hear you and appreciate your thoughts. One thing that I think does need to be, clarified is what our powers are and kind of what our criteria can be. And so a lot of the community seems concerned about potential health effects. We need to be very clear that cannot be part of our decision making. That in fact, if it were part of our decision making, it would hamper our defense of any ordinance we adopt. So that's not within our authority. We can't make decisions based upon public concerns about possible health effects. That's been established by the federal government. As Chrissy noted, there's a hierarchy of authority. Within that hierarchy, we've been given some authority to regulate the aesthetic effects. And aesthetics are very important, right? The city of Monterey, as other speakers noted, is a place of particular and special beauty. And I think we want to make sure that we do what we can to protect the unique beauty of this place. But that just needs to be said, kind of what our constraints, as it were, are. So I hear the residents speaking, and it sounds like many of them really want an effective ban on small cell towers. And they need to understand that that is not within our authority. I think Esther Malkin was on point when she said, if that is what people want, they need to take that up with the federal government. And I would encourage them to reach out to our congressperson, Congressman Panetta, and that would be the place to start. If that's really what they want, but that's not what we can promise. Two, I think that residents want a larger setback than 100 feet. I heard many of them say they wanted it larger than 100 feet. On the other hand, we saw in the staff report that not only 100 foot, but 75, 50, even 25 foot would result in an effective prohibition. And so our ordinance effectively, right out of the gate, would not be in accord with federal law. So we've got a few choices. We can keep our current ordinance. I don't think that's advisable because it's not the strongest or, really up to date with current federal law. We could approve the proposed ordinance without a setback. In other words, the staff recommendation. Our residents have been pretty loud, at least the ones that have shown up to this meeting. Most of them don't want this. We could approve but it's pretty clear that our experts.
Alan, could you repeat that last part?
Yeah, we could approve the ordinance as proposed with the setback, the 100-foot setback. But it's pretty clear that our experts, our city attorney, our consultant who's an expert, our planning staff, they all don't believe that's legal, that it won't stand up under scrutiny, legal scrutiny, because of the cumulative effect of all of the other protections that we've built into our ordinance. And I'm not sure that the public was really well educated before they came to the meeting about those other protections, about the fact that the staff proposed ordinance effectively carves out residential as not being appropriate for installation of small cell unless the carrier can prove that effectively they need to do it, and it would be an effective ban or prohibition not to put something in the residential area. So we've got protections like that some of these other cities don't have. And then when you add on to those protections, and there are others that haven't even really been brought up, when you add all of it together and then you throw on the buffer, staff is telling us that's not going to fly. It's effectively a ban. And as much as people want that, it's not legal. And so, then I think the last kind of option, the fourth option as I see it, would be to kind of pause this process and say, let's maybe look at the Malibu ordinance or the Petaluma ordinance. If that approach to regulating the aesthetics is of small cells is what our community wants, then let's pause the process and ask staff to bring back an ordinance adapting one of those ordinances. And that's kind of where I'm leaning right now. The risk of that is we're kind of left with our existing ordinance in the meantime, and it's going to take some time to kind of redo this. It's also possible that when it's brought back, our community will say, no, we don't really want that either. And so then we'll be in a kind of a bad position without having an ordinance to protect our community and to regulate small cell in our community. But still, I'm thinking that might be, the approach we should take.
Okay, thanks, Alan.
Yeah, I want to go to a page here that is, and bear with me, this packet page tonight is 1,917 pages. So I'm looking at page 1,798, which is packet page document page 25. So the question I have of staff is where it's talking about the distances. Bear with me and let me get to this because it's an important distinction. Okay, so it's subsection E and it sits on page 26. Subsection E. If I could have staff look at that. It looks like it's a repeat of the same sentence, but with different numbers of feet. So if you're looking at that E section for, and bear with me, I'm sorry I have to do this, but I got to read it because it looks like it's an error. And I want to make sure we don't have an error as we pass this. E subsection I, no proposed wireless communication facility shall be placed in the public right of way within 200 feet in any direction from an existing facility. Double I, no proposed wireless communications facility shall be placed within 100 feet in any direction from an existing facility. It sounds like that's the same thing, but showing one sentence with 250 feet and the other sentence showing 100 feet. So I need some help to make sure what we're saying in subsection E, I, and 2I. Yeah, we're in the right way. So it looks like we've got a duplication there.
Right, so that subsection is dealing with the right of way,
Yes,
and it's the distance between facilities, like, let's say between two poles.
yes.
And what we should do is delete little I and the second number 2, double I, and just renumber the third little I as 1, because that's just a typo. Those other ones are repetitive.
Yes. And I just don't want to leave it there and have some
Mhm.
sharp lawyer that works for somebody that's getting paid
Right.
$1,500 an hour that all of a sudden we have an overturn here.
Right,
So
well, and while we're at it, is it 250?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
supposed to be 250 between facilities.
But we do need to say the unless. But don't we want to leave in the unless required by federal law? part? Okay, we'll be sure to fix that provision. And then there was one other item we needed to pull out, so to speak. It's sort of a clerical change is in G1, which is also on page 26 of the ordinance, and we're just going to remove the little t. It's just a technical typo thing, so that would also get fixed if this passes.
Could you read that out loud just so it's clear to everybody what that is? Chris?
Yeah, so section G1, it's eligible facilities requests. This section applies to eligible facility requests as that term is defined under federal law and applicable regulations. Subsection 1, applications. Applications for eligible facilities requests shall contain the information required by section 38-112.4 E3A through V is what it states right now. And as it turns out, subsection T should not be included in that lumped gathering of subsections, and shall be submitted in the manner required for all other applications. So we just need to make that one clarification on that part.
Is that all you have?
yeah, I can keep reading and find something else, but so I just wanted to clarify, and I think this is a summation of the protections that we're talking about for residential. I think that's really, it's an overwhelming interest on the speakers tonight, and what I think this council has been trying to do is to navigate federal law to get to the point where we can protect residential neighborhoods and not see ourselves impacted. So just a general statement, I think that the recommendation that staff has of putting the burden on the applicant to show that there is an effective prohibition, it sounds like, we're in the place here where it's nice to have definitive, well, we have a number, you have 100 feet or you have 250 feet. But actually the way I see this is that our standard is better because it allows us to put the burden on the applicant to show us good cause why they're demonstrating it's a effective prohibition, rather than just having, statutory of a number of feet. So I get that. I appreciate the explanation, and I know that it's very complicated. I also will acknowledge that as this ordinance goes through to a point where we have a first reading, we're finishing up 4 years worth of hard work in an industry with constant changes, constant court cases that have forced us to adopt something. And I fully expect that there will be modifications on this resolution. So it's one of those things where if this passes tonight, stand by, because in 4 or 5 months, there'll be a court decision somewhere that refines it. And we probably will be back here making a modification on a portion of a very lengthy ordinance. So I say this to point out that this ordinance is probably not the final say so forever and ever. This is bringing together a conclusion of 4 years worth of a very difficult process. But as court decisions are made, and as the Supreme Court handles a lot of the decisions, and as jurisdictions go through this process, I think we'll be back here with some modification in the future that gives us more clarity of what the federal law is requiring us to do. But I'm comfortable with the recommendation as it is, and I want to protect the residential neighborhoods any way possible, but I like the fact that a burden is put on the applicants to show us hard case proof why it has to be somewhere else. But the statement of protecting residential neighborhoods is clearly in this ordinance. So I like that part.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to approve the staff recommendation. And I'll provide some comments after if it's seconded. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Ed, I think you surmised the comments well. I think that sorry, let me make a clear distinction, including the corrections that were identified earlier by Chrissy, if you would agree to that.
Approve of the motion amendment to include the lawyering corrections.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I do feel like we have a pretty strong ordinance. Is it perfect? It sounds like it's far from perfect. It doesn't sound like anybody is completely satisfied with what we're putting forward. Is it better than what we have? I definitely think so. And I think we're moving in the right direction. I think there will be space to make corrections in the future as the technology changes and as we get smarter in regards to the effects and impacts. But I do think we're limited to a certain extent. And I don't actually see, it's hard for me to see the clear distinction in regards to the added value of the setback requirement if we do have this requirement where it is not allowed in residential regions of our city. So I appreciate everybody that came to speak today on this. I know that this is a politically sensitive issue that is very personal for a lot of folks, that it makes people scared and worried about the health and safety of their family, their loved ones, maybe because of the emissions that are radiating from these facilities, or maybe it's from the risk of fire if these fall. And so unfortunately, we're not able to take those into consideration when we're making our determination. And so I think it's good for us to get something on the books, kind of cap this 4-year endeavor to have this conversation. And I imagine that the folks in the community that are passionate about this topic will continue those conversations and bring forward issues to the council so that we can continue to refine it over time. So those are my comments. Anything else from the council before we go to a vote? Alan, I see your hand up there.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can support the motion, and I will support the motion, but I do wonder if, when this comes back on a second reading, if perhaps staff could outline some of the other protections that are built into this, and also maybe review again the way in which the ordinance handles effective prohibition and residential neighborhoods. I thought, Ed, you did a good job of kind of, in a very simple and understandable way, explain kind of the strategy that this ordinance applies. And I think it would be good to have staff maybe explain that, and some of the other protections that are built into our ordinance that some of these other cities don't have. And then I would really like to hear from our community at that time. Do they prefer this model, which came out of the subcommittee work, or do they really prefer, the Malibu or Petaluma model? Because I if that's the way they want, if that's really what they want, I may choose to go a different direction on the second hearing. But I think we haven't really had an opportunity to kind of, I think, fully understand and delve into what our ordinance does that other ordinances don't do. And instead, we're kind of just aware some of these other ordinances do things ours doesn't. So I don't know if that makes sense. I'm going to support the motion. I really want to hear from the community next time, though. Which way do they want to go? And I don't think it's possible to go the way of combining it all. I trust our staff and they've told us we can't do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely. Anybody else have comments?
Yeah, just a quick recap on this. We have a first reading tonight and a second reading coming back in 30 days, and we'll get a chance to read through the documents again to make sure we've covered everything. But I just want to say that I really appreciate the fact that the subcommittee tackled a lot of difficult things, the Planning Commission as well. And when you're going through trying to determine the best public policy, I think it's important, and this council did that, we did not side one way or the other. We had to get caught up and learn. This is definitely a learning curve for, I think, all of us, because it's highly technical, it's layered, and it's changed a lot in the last 4 years since we've really started this. So I appreciate the community's patience and understanding. We're trying to get it right. There may be adaptations in the future to this start and this structure. And I make the promise to you, and I could probably speak for the rest of the council. We want to protect our community and do not want clutter or adverse impacts for any of this. But within the state law parameters, what we can do, this is what we can do to protect you as much as we can now. It may change a bit as we move forward to have more opportunities to do something else. If there's wiggle room to be able to do that, I promise that we're going to continue to watch this. And as these applications come forward, if we push them back and they appeal and it comes to the council, we may be making a decision that we'll stand fast and we'll go to court and we'll fight it. And as Chrissy has said, we're not afraid to do that. If we're on legal ground, we'll represent you. And we make that promise tonight. So we're not favoring the industry. We are favoring our community, to protect our community. I was born and raised here. I feel a lot like what many of you said tonight. Not selling out the community at all. And we also don't want the adverse impacts. So we will watch this industry. We will watch what happens, and we will fight to protect as much as we can within the law. Thank you, Mayor.
Well said. Before we do a vote, I just wanted to check with staff. Are we good to come back for a second reading after this?
Yes, but the second reading is in 2 weeks, not in 30 days. Our ordinance then becomes effective after 30 days after the second reading. But
Okay, so
the
if-
second reading is in 2 weeks.
So if approved tonight, we'll come back to the next council meeting for a second reading, and then it'll be effective 30 days from next council meeting, if we approve it, the second reading.
Yeah. So that is the routine. Let us get back to you if we see an obstacle there right now.
Okay, let's do.
And what is the date of the next meeting?
21st of February.
21st of February, we would come back.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barber,
No.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
Yes. All righty, let's take a 7 minute. So we'll be back at 9:35 to finish this last item out. Thanks, everybody. I apologize for everybody over here that I didn't get to chat to. Let's go ahead and jump to the next agenda item. Pardon me, give me 1 second here. So we have a public appearance. Item number 18, terminate cruise ship passenger landing services. I'm going to pass it to City Manager for brief comments.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and I will do the presentation myself. And also, I want to just note that the Monterey 5 tradition is continuing.
No,
despite your best efforts to get us back at 9:35. So I think that's part of the magic here in this room. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The item in front of you is to authorize the city manager to terminate cruise ship passenger landing services by the city of Monterey. What that means is basically that we are asking for your approval to not service cruise ships with city resources, city employees. Before we start, I have a very brief presentation. But before we start, it's still worthwhile to remind all of us what the council vision is. Monterey, a beautiful, special place to live, work, and visit under. And we also have a value driver that is quoted in the agenda report, which is protect and preserve our natural environment by addressing climate change through ecologically responsible and pragmatic solutions. And knowing all that and knowing that this is part of what the council is committed to implement or to strive to realize, I put together this very short presentation because it focuses just on one element that I feel very concerned about. But before I start that, let me tell you that this agenda report is based on my assessment of the value or the liability created by visiting cruise ships. I want to clear up for everyone in the audience, also for the council, that the council did not ask me to place this item on the agenda. And also none of the council members proposed to me to bring this item forward yet. This is very important to understand the context. The discussions about the pros and cons of cruise ship visiting is nothing new for the city, and it's also nothing new for our governing body. We have discussed it quite a few times here in this chamber. So tonight, I'm asking you, the council, to approve or disapprove my minute-by-minute action, my direction to staff to not service cruise ships visiting Monterey Harbor. This presentation is short, and as I promised you, it will focus just on one point only, which is risk. Risk. What are the risks associated with cruise ships visiting the Monterey Bay? What price are we as a community willing to pay for potential environmental disaster caused by human error, mechanical failure, computer glitches? What type of spill is a good one? Can we afford thousands of gallons of diesel accidentally spill into the Monterey Bay? At what cost do we think this is okay? It's always good to start with something we can all agree on, and our president tonight did a wonderful job in the State of the Union address to convince Republicans and Democrats that we will not touch Social Security and Medicare. And so inspired by that, I try something similar. Here are three things I believe we can all agree. Number one is cruise ships entering the confined area of the Monterey Bay bring with them the very real danger of accidental discharges of plastic with food waste, gray water, black water, oily waters, and diesel. This is a fact. This fact is indisputable, and we can all agree to that. Second, cruise lines are known to be violating and ignoring the rules and regulations imposed of them. It's a trademark of cruise lines. They've been convicted by courts and ordered to pay stiff fines. For example, the Princess Line and its parents Carnival Cruises has been convicted by a US District Court in 2017 to pay fines for $40 million for deliberately dumping oil contaminated waste from one of its vessels and intentionally trying to cover this up. In 2019, while being on probation, Princess Line was fined another additional $20 million for 6 violations of the probations imposed on them by the original court ruling in 2017. Now, one would think this would be a good lesson for Princess Line or Carnival Cruises, which is the parent company of that. However, no, in 2022, Princess pleaded guilty to a second violation of the probation and was ordered to pay an additional $1 million in fines. So this industry is notorious for violating environmental regulations. What I expect you will hear tonight from a possible cruise line representative is that they will do better. You will hear that promise. Pretty sure you will hear that. I recommend to you, don't trust their words. Don't trust their actions. Watch what they are doing. The cruise line representative is not the cruise line representatives of Princess Line or Carnival or the Carnival cruise lines. Again, I started off, where can we agree? We can agree that cruise lines have been convicted multiple times in many courts around the world for being bad actors. This is a fact, and this fact is undisputable. Item number 3, I think we can agree, is a lot simpler. The next ship scheduled to arrive in Monterey will be in March, and it will be the Discovery Princess, a ship from the Princess Line under the control of Carnival Cruise Line. Yes, this is the same Princess Line that I just presented a few moments ago. That ship is about 1,100 feet long, has room for 3,660 passengers and a little over 1,300 crew. It's a newer built ship. It was actually commissioned in 2021. It has a state-of-the-art sewer treatment plant, and it has many other new systems which are designed to minimize the risk of accidents and accidental discharges. The ship's port of registry is Hamilton, and it's flagged with the flag of Bermuda. Why Bermuda and not the United States? One might ask. Well, tax laws in Bermuda are cheaper. Tax laws in Bermuda allow for a better economics for the cruise line, and labor laws in Bermuda also allow hiring of crew members under different labor conditions than if they would have been flagged under the flag of the United States. So, completing this, we have 3 major points we agree upon. Cruise ships entering, anchoring, and leaving the Monterey Bay have the potential for accidental discharges and environmental damages and devastation. Cruise ship lines are notorious rule breakers. They have been convicted in courts around the world. And even in the case of Princess and Carnival Cruises, even 40 million plus 20 million more is not enough to change corporate culture. Lastly, the Discovery Princess coming to Monterey on March 14 is potentially scheduled for a total 6 times visiting in 2022. So my question is, knowing all these facts, how much risk do we want to accept? Do we want to accept the risk for accidental spillages caused by human error? Do we want to accept the risk for accidental spillages caused by mechanical failures, software failures, or, as we saw in the lawsuits, even intentional acts of violating those rules? So, Council, tonight you will hear a lot about the economic impact cruise ships have on Monterey's economy. Cruise line and their passengers are good for business. You will hear that. I can accept that argument if you think that the regional impact of roughly $100,000 per cruise ship is worth that risk. Is that worth the risk? $100,000 in regional economic impact. In 2019, our city conducted some exploratory research with the help of graduate students from Middlebury. Our analysis at that time that showed that 11 cruise ships left an economic impact of 1.55 million. 1.5 million. This is 2019 data. At the same time, the economic impact for our hospitality industry was published by the MCCVB at $3.2 billion. Yes, that is 3.2 billion with a B versus 1.5 million with an M. Both are regional numbers, and they are not City of Monterey specific numbers. After realizing that an event like COVID-19 can paralyze our hospitality industry for months, resulting in closures of hotels, restaurants, and thousands of employees, I came to the conclusion that cruise ships carry the same potential to devastate our hospitality industry on a smaller regional level. And it's kind of like with the pandemic. We knew that a worldwide pandemic can happen. We were all surprised when it happened, but we all rationalized after the fact that we should have known. That's the same here. We know something can happen. We can even say something will happen. But only after the cruise ship spill has happened, only after the beaches are closed, those who will speak tonight about how much the economic harm could potentially mean for them, only then, and in hindsight, all of us and all of them will agree that this could have been prevented. So tonight, I shared with you my concerns. I shared with you my recommendation. I shared with you my risk assessment. And I ask you, the council, for your support of my recommendation to not service cruise ships with city staff anymore. And as always, your decision will be a wise one, and I will be happy to ensure that we shall follow your direction. Let's complete my presentation.
Thank you, Hans. I think this council meeting might go down with the most applause. I'm hearing a lot of applause tonight. All right, so we will come to the council for questions at this point. Save comments till after the public comments, but any questions at this point for staff?
Just a quick clarification, the 100,000 per cruise ship that you spoke about, I know you were talking about the other 2019 numbers of 1.59 million and 3.2 billion, not being specific to the city of Monterey, but is the 100,000 per cruise ship, is that specific to the city of Monterey?
No, Councilman Barber, that's the regional impact number. We estimated for 11 cruise ships in 2019, the impact was about 1.55 million. So I was a little bit generous to just saying 100,000.
Okay. And so, but we don't have numbers specifically to the city of Monterey?
No, it's hard to figure that one out.
Okay, thank you.
Question. With what's been happening in the previous years with staff's involvement and how we have taken a stance of hospitality, what do we figure 11 ships would cost city staff, time and effort, equipment for those 11 arrival ships?
I don't know that number. it's a number that is probably in the $50,000 to $60,000 range of covering that, including harbor personnel, as well as we have always at least one police officer patrolling the area there as well.
Thank you. That's the only questions I have right now.
Okay. Councilmember Hoffa or Garcia, any questions? Okay. All right. Let's go to public comments, and we're going to limit the comments to 2 minutes per speaker. So we'll start in the chamber, and good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished council members. My name is Jeff Schindel. I'm a graduate of the Monterey Institute of International Studies and have a background in both policy with an environmental and economic background. The potential to get into a car accident getting behind the wheel of a car is far greater than the potential for an environmental mishap with a cruise ship. I do not represent the cruise industry. I work in the tourism and hospitality industry here in Monterey and have been an integral part of the community here for some 25 years. Letting people know that it's not okay to do business here in Monterey will have far greater ripple effects on the economy. I've talked to many business owners in the local community over the last couple of days as I've tried to prepare for this evening, and the general consensus is that they want the cruise ships. Regardless of how significant or insignificant the amount that these ships bring in, it far outweighs the possibility or the remote potential of an environmental problem. Cruise ships were banned from Monterey for 15 years after the dumping of some bilge off the Big Sur coastline back in the early 2000s. They hopefully have learned their lesson, albeit in some regards they may have not, but they are under far more scrutiny and restrictions than they were in the past. How often, since we've had rain here, does the proverbial poo roll downhill in the antiquated sewage systems of Monterey and Pacific Grove? How many times has our Del Monte Beach been closed without cruise ships because of large amounts of fecal matter in the ocean? Our livelihood in the hospitality industry depends upon any amount of revenue we can generate, especially coming through the pandemic. And given the current nature of the European economic market, where their currencies are 1-to-1, and we would be losing a lot of European patronage as it comes. So my time is up. Wish I had 3 minutes, but thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kevin Dayton, speaking as a resident of Monterey, I wanted to present some personal opinions on this. I believe that this proposal unfortunately has class connotations that I'm concerned about. I want Monterey to be a place that's welcoming to all people. And I do know that some people look down upon cruise ship passengers and the people who use cruise ships. I'm not somebody who's ever been on a cruise ship and would never do it. I would like to be welcoming to people from other parts of the country and the world who may want to see Big Sur or the Monterey Peninsula, but aren't willing or capable of doing it with hiking boots, getting into nature. I want to be able to welcome them and say, you know what, you hear on Fox News about our, coastal California being elitists who look down upon the rest of the country. I don't want to send that message about it. Are there risks to cruise ships? Yes, there are, and I'll acknowledge that. I look at it over and I say, you know what, if I really had to pick the most risky thing in this city, it would probably be the military bases. I would hate to have a limited nuclear exchange and somebody say, an enemy say, well, let's knock out some of the intelligence centers of the military here in Monterey. There's lots of risk here. We know that the airport is a risk if one of those planes came to a crash. And I know that there are people in Monterey who want to close the military bases and close that airport because they don't like what it represents and the risks that it comes with. But you know what? With the good things in life come with risks. I want to be a welcoming community, not one that says we don't want cruise ship passengers coming here. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and City Council people. I'm probably the only one who was at the original hearings back in 2001. And that's because I'm Doug Lumsden. I own a tour operation called Monterey Movie Tours. And I was the overall tour operator for the first ship that came in on May 7th, 2002. 3 ships came in that year. And unfortunately, one dropped. We've all talked about it. You just heard about it. It was the Crystal Cruise that dropped discharged water from their tanks. And that we learned about that 6 months later. When we found out about it, the city of Monterey did a wonderful thing. They actually banned that ship for 15 years. And what that did, it gave a real message to the cruise line industry that if you come in here and if you've got a problem in this sanctuary and there's something happens, you're going to be looked at strongly and stuff. So it was a wonderful message. Since then, and Hans, I want to point this out. I thought your statement was very unfair, very unfair. Since then, for 20 years, there has never been an issue with the cruise ship in the sanctuary. That's something you should mention too. This is our sanctuary we all love. I grew up here. I went to Pacific Grove High School and stuff. I love this area. I'm a tour operator. I'm sure a lot of people are saying, well, you just want to keep the ships here. And I do, but I want them to be as safe as they can for everyone, for our area. And they have been. Are you aware of that? Are you aware that they haven't discharged anything here for 20 years? You're just saying that everything is wrong with them. I have to say, do you know who Noah is? No,
Sir, if you can direct your comments, sir, if you can direct your comments to the council.
Okay, well, okay, to everyone. NOAA is the National Oceanographic Atmospheric Association. They're the parent company for our wonderful sanctuary. They haven't come here and said we need to ban them, have they? Don't they know a little bit about this? Those people are conservationists. They know of the marine world and the air and stuff. They know what's going on. They have. So before you make comments again, anyone about this, we're going to have a lot of hearings to get the information out. This is very unfair.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Carrie Larson. I haven't been here since COVID started when I was talking about cruise ships. So I see some new faces. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations on your new appointment. I'm happy to see you guys and thank you for your service. I'm happy to see that you guys that Mr. Usler is saying that this proposition with cruise ships is a high risk, low yield proposition, and it's just not worth it. And the numbers speak for themselves. If we want to do hospitality, then we need to concentrate more on the people that are stayover guests, that they're staying in our hotels and spending money in our restaurants. And these people aren't doing it that are coming off of cruise ships. I want to correct a few things that were just said. That incident that they're talking about, it wasn't bilge water, it wasn't whatever else you said, ballast, it was raw sewage, 40,000 gallons of raw sewage. And there have been violations since then. The Office of Legal Affairs, I think it's with Coast Guard, was investigating an incident in 2019. The other thing is, thank you. And the other thing is that not every ship gets inspected. There's no enforcement because we're not inspecting every ship. And guess what? Every ship that does get inspected gets a 24 hours notice in advance that they're going to get inspected. So that's it. If we want hospitality, our airport has increased flights. They've increased the size of the planes because guess what? There are tourists that want to pay money to come and stay here and like spend money in our hospitality. And that's because we're a premium destination. And you can't be a premium destination if you got a ship parked in your front yard. That's it.
Hello.
Good evening.
Is it okay to start?
Absolutely.
Well, I'm here to voice my support for the cruise ships. I gotta look at my notes. I would just have a couple of things to maybe recommend being selective on who you allow to dock, maybe doing a little research prior and only allowing those who haven't been fined before to dock here in port. Maybe do a background, like I said, of any violations in other ports. Also, maybe we can initiate local studies from like Hopkins Marine Station, the Marine Mammal Center and so forth, UCMB, for before and after environmental studies that are, affect Monterey here personally. Is that mean, I'm kicked
You have
out.
1
yet?
minute left.
It's real short here. Okay. And let's see, I liked the thought, and he stole my words about not letting those who offend here return, and consider that the revenues that the cruise ships bring in, and just to remind you that some businesses are still recovering from COVID, now the floods. So, you know, we're hungry and thirsty to get back on our feet, and maybe hiring a special unit that supports the harbor master's office, that are directed only towards the cruise ship visits, opposed to adding more work to the busy workers who are currently doing these great improvements amongst the city there. And that's all I had to say. Just keep an open mind and welcome. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Mayor, and thank you.
Thank you. That was good timing.
Tina, you did good.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the
evening.
council. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Well, I am sadly not a resident of Monterey. I am the cruise ship person that was expected. My name is Brian Salerno. I'm from the Cruise Lines International Association, which is headquartered in Washington, D.C. So I came here from DC, to be here at this meeting tonight. I would try to stay within the 2 minutes, but I could probably go on for about 10 minutes, but I won't do that. But I would like to maybe address some of the comments that have already been made. Is it about risk? Yeah, absolutely. Maritime world is all about risk. That's how we operate. It's how not only maritime world, it's how the aviation world, it's how we run our individual lives. But I would assess the risk a lot differently. I would say it's actually very, very low. It is a comparatively safe industry. It's an environmentally sound industry. Did those incidents occur? Yes. Is it emblematic of the industry overall? No. We believe we can work in partnership with Monterey to preserve the environment, to engage in sustainable tourism, and make this a win-win for everybody. We don't see this as adversarial in any way. Our industry is not static. We learn from past mistakes. We engage or invest in new technologies. We incorporate it into our ships. Ships are more resilient than they've ever been. They have new systems and design characteristics that make accidental spills less likely. And the way ships are operated are very, very different than they were 20 years ago, or when some of the even just a few years ago, when some of the incidents that were mentioned took place. You have an important decision to make on this issue. We would encourage you to base that decision on facts, not on fear. And if you don't want to listen to me, as was suggested, talk to our regulators, talk to the Coast Guard, talk to NOAA, talk to the marine pilots who have a very unique and specialized understanding of ship safety.
Let's talk that up there. I just want to be respectful of everybody's time here. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson, our council, our city manager. My name is Monica Lal. I'm with the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. Many of our members have come to us with concern. They recognize there is an economic impact, but more importantly, even those not directly affected, recognize this sends a message to the area. We just had floods where our county, all over national news, was called an island. We were never an island. We want to talk economic impacts. I think it sends a message about what type of visitors we want. I think we are making a quick decision without a well-reasoned argument. And as a Chamber of Commerce, we should express concern when government and our local officials make a decision without some significant input. Thank you for your time.
Monica.
Okay to start?
You're good to go.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to make some comments here this evening. My name's Ann McIntyre. I'm the business director for the San Francisco Bar Pilots. I don't know how familiar you in the city of Monterey are with the San Francisco Bar Pilots. We are an association that is licensed by the state of California. We're regulated by the state of California. We're a group of professional mariners that provide navigation services to all ships that call in all 9 ports in the Bay Area, including Monterey. We have on board every ship that calls in Monterey, a licensed professional who is tasked by the state of California with providing independent navigation advice to ensure the safety of the vessel. Our primary customers are the public and protecting the environment. I think this is a complex issue that needs to have more discussion, and we'd like to offer our association to the council, to the citizens of Monterey. If you have any questions, need clarification about what happens on the bridge of a ship, how the ship is operated here, we'd be more than happy to.
Thank you so much for coming down.
Okay.
Again, thank you for having us here. My name is Savannah Lasore, Captain Savannah Lasore. I'm one of the San Francisco Bar Pilots. I just wanted to address quickly that issue of risk. Again, risk can never be eliminated, but the reason pilots are on ships is to mitigate risk. All around the world, pilots are licensed by both local and federal authorities to protect the public. And I swore an oath to the state of California, and I've sworn an oath to the United States to protect the environment when I'm on a vessel, bringing a vessel into Monterey Bay. Back in 2019, I had the honor of speaking to a big meeting that the city held about the cruise ship issue back then. And there were a lot of participants at that meeting. We had the sanctuary there. We had the aquarium was involved, California State Lands, Air Quality Commission, the United States Coast Guard, State Fish and Game, of course, us, the pilots, NOAA, and there were more. And unanimously, every one of those organizations spoke to the city about how we are all a team in mitigating risk and to ensuring that commerce can continue here on the West Coast of the United States and in Monterey Bay. So thank you very much. And I just urge you to take a lot of consideration about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you guys are coming as a crew. I like it. I like it.
Okay.
So just so we have a sense, are each of you speaking for 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right. Just want to make sure we're clear with staff there.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Taylor Adams, and we are the student leaders of Protect Monterey Bay, a local nonprofit dedicated to protecting one of the largest and most diverse marine sanctuaries in the world, the Monterey Bay. I want to start by acknowledging that the decisions that are made in this room can be difficult, but they have long-lasting effects. Before I was born, my parents worked at Monterey Bay Kayaks, guiding tourists around the bay, while reminding them of the state guidelines that they couldn't get within 50 feet of the marine life. Then, on the 4th of July, a barge full of explosives would float out and the sky would light up with fireworks, with ashes and debris falling into the bay, right where these animals live. This council determined, despite strong opposition, that the damage and risks far outweighed the reward. And now we no longer have the fireworks show. It was the right decision, and we have found other ways as a community to celebrate the 4th without harming the world entrusted to us. Tonight, you have a similar decision. Consider the risks, consider the rewards, consider the impacts, and make a decision that my children will celebrate. Please vote yes.
Hi, I'm Hamish. Our families live in Monterey County, own businesses here, and we know how dependent our local economy is on tourism. 4 of our parents work in businesses that directly benefit from hospitality and tourism industries. Look, the last couple of years have damaged aspects of our economy due to COVID shutdowns and economic uncertainty, but we are resilient and shouldn't keep risking the long-term health of an entire ecosystem for the short-term financial health of a few. The cruise lines that are sending their ships are convicted felons, paying tens of millions of dollars in fines for illegal dumping of waste, sewage, and fuel. They register their ships in other countries to evade taxes, health code, and employment rules. This is who we want to do business with. This is who we invite into Monterey Bay in trust that the damage to the bay will stop at the air and noise pollution, torn up kelp beds, and litter from the passengers. We hope that they won't also have a catastrophic event in our backyard, that we won't be the next Shell Beach, Louisiana, that saw half their fisheries destroyed because of the 2010 BP oil spill. Please think the long-term economic impact to our community and the long-term health of our bay. Please vote yes.
Hi, I'm Heidi Wynn. I want to thank you, Hans, for your leadership on this issue. The bay may be our backyard, but it's managed by the federal government, and our options are regulated certain activities is limited. Tonight is a step in the right direction. It sends a message to our community that we value the planet over profits, that we take our stewardship of this amazing place seriously. It sends a message to visitors that the Monterey Bay is here for us to share with you. Please visit, but not this way, at this cost, with these risks. It sends a message to our business owners that we can't cut corners. So much of what we do has an impact on the natural world. Driving here tonight has an impact. We have to think about those impacts and make decisions that make positive impacts. It sends a message to the cruise ship industry. They wrote you a letter to let you know that on average, passengers spend $125 on their shore visits. We won't be bought. Finally, you are sending a message to young people here tonight and around the world that we have a voice and we can use it. We may not be voters or taxpayers, but we are the future and need to speak up for the voiceless. I'm here tonight, way past my bedtime, despite my size and a voice that my brother describes as Minnie Mouse on helium, asking you to send a message. Please vote yes.
Past our bedtime too, Hans.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Aaliyah Denton. $125 average per passenger. That's what they told you. We have thousands upon thousands of tourists who visit and look at our beautiful bay. It takes their breath away and they call it priceless. Well, according to the cruise industry, it isn't priceless. It has a price. $125 average per passenger. My friends, no amount is worth sacrificing our integrity and continue allowing cruise ships into a protected marine sanctuary. It's absurd to say out loud. A cruise ship gliding across this fragile ecosystem for $125 per person. Which leads me to this. Who is the protector of the bay? We started Protect Monterey Bay as a way to bring awareness and education at local schools, take action through beach cleanups, and advocate for a greater protection with you, our government authorities. But in reality, we all have a responsibility to protect the bay. After the vote tonight, the battle will just be beginning. For the city, there may be legal threats to your action, and the cruise lines will try to find ways to continue to invade our homes. People will be frustrated with you, but you can hold your heads high at taking bold, decisive action. For the community, we need to support local businesses. We ate at a restaurant a few blocks away tonight. Let's step up for our friends in the business community. Finally, we invite you to join us and a horde of our middle school friends throughout the summer to clean our beaches. We need to take action. Tonight, the action is up to you. Please vote yes and show our community that this place is truly priceless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
AU4, I just want to say thank you for your leadership and being so brave and coming out. You're role models, and I really appreciate you all, regardless of how people feel about the perspective you all are sharing. To see young people coming into the chamber and sharing their public input is really important. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Paul Bruno. I'm here speaking in favor of the cruise ship passengers disembarking here on our wharf. Our wharf is a public resource. And going through the staff report, I realized the terms of conveyance from the state of California basically say that you have to let people unload there. It'd be against public policy, against the law for anybody who holds a leasehold to do so. I'm not here speaking on behalf of my family's business, but in 1986, we built Breakwater Cove Marina and have operated it since then. And our lease prohibits us from having passengers disembark there. Well, that would seem to be against public policy and against the law. So that lease term might be illegal. So the inadvertent consequence is you may be giving my family a monopoly on unloading passengers in Monterey. I'm not saying that's an intent, but I think that's an unintended consequence possibly. I really think you need to rethink this policy. The agencies, the permitting folks, none of them are saying stop cruise ships. None of them. There's layers upon layers of them. No scientific studies being presented here. Nobody's pointing to anything other than opinions and feelings as to why we should change. We spent years trying to get cruise ships here. It's not just the passengers who arrive here, it's those who see the ads, those who think about coming to Monterey, those who hear their friends who stopped in Monterey, not just these passengers. We spend a fortune trying to get people to come here, and we're about ready to say, nah, go away. That's not right. Thank you.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor, council members, staff. Thank you. My name's Kristen Horton. I'm here representing and speaking on behalf of the Monterey County Hospitality Association. For decades, the city of Monterey has been a partner in welcoming cruise ships into our destination. Over the past several years, the hospitality industry has focused our marketing targeting sustainable tourism. Cruise ship visitors literally walk up and down our beautiful coastline, visit Cannery Row, the wharf, and downtown Monterey, filling our restaurants and purchasing items from our retail stores. Research has shown that roughly 40% of the cruise ship visitors plan to return at a future date to the destinations they have visited. Most importantly, cruise ship visitors have the lowest carbon footprint impact to our community. We are an industry continuing to recover from the COVID-19 shutdown and most recently from the impacts floodwaters caused due to heavy rain. Now is not the time to walk away from welcoming our cruise ship visitors who generously spend during their short visit to our destination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Chris Shake, and I'm here tonight to, I'm trying to understand why Hans wants to ban the cruise ships in Monterey Bay. Banning the cruise ship does not solve the concerns that he has in his report. It doesn't stop ships from coming into Monterey Bay. And you refer to the cruise ships as a black swan event. Well, there's plenty of more black swans. If you eliminate the cruise ship, there's still black swans. You have ships that are going to be coming into Monterey Bay. You have cargo ships that go through the navigation lanes in Monterey Bay. I don't know why you're singling out the cruise ships. In 2019, there was that very comprehensive study that was done. And in the staff report, it concluded that Monterey has to support and provide the services needed for these cruise ships. There are layers and layers of protection from 7 different local, state, and federal agencies that will protect the environment. They're doing the work for you. I mean, if we really want to do something to be proactive in Monterey, why don't we put together a safety preventative plan where in the event a disaster does happen, as Hans described in his staff report, that within minutes, we're there taking care of it. That's what I would like to see. Do we have such a plan like that in place? And in our pristine Monterey sanctuary, we need something like that, something to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and staff. This is one of the few times that I think I totally disagree with the assessment by our city manager for several reasons. In June of 2019, there was a 2-hour informational seminar, public meeting at the conference center, co-sponsored by the city and the Marine Sanctuary. I happen to be an alternate, or I was an alternate for 6 years. I'm now going to be a primary rep for business and industry on the Sanctuary Advisory Council. I attended that whole meeting. I followed over the years. I've been a cruise ship participant with my wife overseas. And yes, the cruise lines vary from place to place. But what we guaranteed at that conference was that the regulations, and it was mentioned by the pilots, people from San Francisco, are as tough as you can find anywhere. So I think that what you need to do is either just say no, or just drop this whole thing about banning cruise ships. We were the first port in the state of California where every ship calling here had to declare its tax cargoes when this was at Alta California. The Great White Fleet called here. There is a tradition of Navy ships as well as commercial ships, cruise line ships coming here. We do not want to send a message that these people are not welcome. The staff report does not even mention Navy ships. The chamber has a policy of supporting cruise ship visits and Navy ship visits, but the budget in the Navy has not allowed it. So I think there's a whole bunch of reasons to turn down what the recommendation of the city manager, and I hope you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Your Honor, City Council, City Manager. I am greatly opposed to the recommendation of not supporting and putting out the welcome mat to our cruise ships. I'm going to wear several hats tonight as a business person on Cannery Row, as a member of the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary tourism seat, and president of the Chamber of Pacific Grove. So I'll be a little scattered here. But anyway, I had the pleasure many years ago, after that nasty spill, of volunteering and inspecting a ship that came into our port here. And it was an education. I met the crew, captain, and the hotel manager, and the head mechanic. I think he had a different title. I got to go in the basement and sit on the last plate on the bottom deck. I got to inspect the tanks. I got to inspect their procedures and processes and the 2 lock keys of every valve, every tank for safety and quality control. I was most impressed. You could eat off the bottom deck plate. It was so clean. I was very impressed, and kudos to that line and that captain. A cruise ship is no different than a charter airplane that lands at Monterey Bay or Monterey Airport. A cruise ship is no different than a major race in Laguna Seca. A cruise ship is no different than the AT&T. Cruise ship is no different than a tour bus that comes here and either cruises through or stays the night, or a small school bus that comes to the aquarium. Studying risks, I do all the time. It's necessary, it's an evil, and that's why we have insurance companies. But that's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. But I'm opposed to this. They are a value to the Monterey Peninsula. And thank you. Good night. It's past my bedtime too.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Gary Curcio. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Monterey County Hospitality Association. When I read the staff report on this item, I had to read it twice. I couldn't believe that the cruise ship limited danger was being compared to COVID-19. I thought it was a horrible analogy. It seemed like it was almost a scare tactic. You know, this visitor, and by the way, they only spend $1 million. Ask our servers on the wharf. Ask our employees on Cannery Row if the money spent by these visitors is not important to them. It's very important to them. The line workers have just gone through another rough time with the storms. It is absolutely the worst time to have these ships banned from our area. By the way, they're a great visitor. They don't drive cars. They walk from destination to destination. They take public transportation. This is the kind of visitor that all of our residents and frankly, many of us think is a great visitor. The impact is very, very low. Lastly, you at the council have an excellent opportunity this evening, and I hope that you don't let it go by. Clear thinking and showing, it gives us a look at this new council as to, do they appreciate the biggest employer in the city of Monterey and the income raised by these hospitality employees? We urge you to vote no on the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor,
Evening.
council members, and city manager. My name is Lisa Vonink. I am the superintendent of the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary. The Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary implemented regulations in 2009 that prohibit the discharge of solid and fluid waste products from cruise ships, including gray or black water. Our regulations exempt clean cooling water, clean bilge water, and clean deck and anchor washdown water. The main pollutants generated by cruise ships are sewage, gray water, oily bilge water, hazardous waste, and solid waste. Due to their sheer size and capacity for passengers, cruise ships' discharges can cause serious impacts to the marine environment, hence our regulation. We do not have an official position on whether cruise ships should come into Monterey Bay. It's similar to the discussions that we had in those information sessions in 2019. However, we are interested in continuing to work with the city of Monterey by providing you information that we gather on monitoring of their discharges and learning more about any potential impacts from noise. That is another impact that comes from cruise ships. I do want to correct the record here that the city manager is correct that the cruise ships have violated. They have not, we are not aware of any violations in the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, but we did just recently complete settlements with Princess Cruise Lines and with Holland American Lines for discharging in the Greater Farallones, Cordell Bank, and Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuaries who have similar regulations as we do. But again, we are here to work with you to provide you with the information that you may need to make an informed decision. Thank you. And I wanted to thank the students in the back room. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council, staff, my name's Phil DiGirolamo. My family has had businesses on the wharf since the 1940s. And I know that Monterey Bay is a very special place. I can't tell you how many hours I have spent surfing here growing up. I stand with the students. Business isn't everything. Money isn't everything. There are some intangible things that we have to put value behind. Economics is important, but it's not everything. The risk that these cruise ships pose is not worth the financial benefit. Not one of these businesses would be willing to put up the dollars to pay for those risks. They'd have to put up millions and millions if something happened. That's all I had to say.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm
Evening.
Jean Rash, a Monterey resident. And when I saw this on the agenda, I thought, ooh, this is going to be a hot one. And I commend the city manager for his forward thinking. And it is a complete relief to me to know that we're in the hands of someone thinking generations ahead. I think he deserves our support on this. The passengers on the cruise have their accommodations on the cruise. We're not denying anyone hotel business. They have most of their meals on the ship. The economic impact is not worth it. And a devastating event would paralyze the hospitality industry. So I think it's forward thinking for them. I think it's forward thinking for us. And I appreciate the leadership.
Thank you.
Mayor Williamson and city council members, I want to thank you, Hans, for bringing this for consideration. Tourism is huge in Monterey. During summer months, the wharf is teeming with tourists. You can't even move. In Taoism, there is a saying, know when enough is enough. Monterey Bay Sanctuary is one of the most important sanctuaries in the world because it hosts the largest plankton blooms in the world off our coast at certain times of the year. And all the sea life from all over the world come here. Source, Blue Planet. Large cruise ships burn 250 tons a day, and they're spewing it in our oceans.
If you could try to make sure you speak in the
Spewing it right here in the bay. It's suffocating our air when we breathe. 835 is the number of marine violations committed by Carnival Cruise Line. And that was the year following their prohibition. So, as cruise ship madness grows, so will their visits and the potential for hazardous accidents increase. And what happens if they catch fire? And how many toilets are flushed twice a day because the numbers of visitors, 47,000. 47,000. Imagine how much water use that is. So please go along, do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Dave. I'm with the Wahine Project, and I just wanted to say thank you, Hans, for bringing this back up. It's been off topic for a couple of years, and it sure has been nice not to see those monstrosities in the ocean. We do live in a beautiful place, as we all know, and there is a great risk with those ships. I participated in doing some sound recording of one of those vessels as it was parked off San Carlos Beach, and we sank a microphone, and some of you may have heard it, some of you may have not, but the sound underwater is excruciating. And I played that sound for thousands of kids during our summer camps, and they couldn't believe that the sound underwater was so potent and detrimental. It shocked them. Then we played them the sound of the natural environment without a ship. It's peaceful and serene. So what I hear tonight from the business people is that they have a lot of greed and they want that extra dollar. And it's not even that much, as you stated in your report. But what the kids are talking about, and what those kids that I showed that video of the sound of the ocean being calm and serene, is freedom. And that's what we have the option to vote for tonight, is freedom, protection of our bay. So let's get rid of the greed and let's keep this place beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers wish to speak on this item? Going once, going twice. We will go to online, please. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, we do. Looks like I will be calling on Brad first. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. First of all, if you can maybe educate me and maybe educate the public and how these items get to become on the agenda to begin with. I believe the mayor has the authority to put this on. So the city manager indicating that it was his idea kind of perplexed me because it gets on the city council agenda through the mayor. I believe that's done, but if you can educate me on that. Also, I'm just astounded that the report, it seems so personal. And this is what I can't understand, how this item gets to be a personal thing against and just targeting the cruise lines. And what kind of message is that going to send to people who want to come to Monterey when they have a city that is unwelcoming to them? What's next, Mr. City Manager? Are we going to not service people who are drunk drivers and maybe having the city employees going out and rescuing people whose houses burned down because it was their fault? I don't understand the logic behind, vilifying a certain industry. These people that come here, they come to Monterey and they'll come back if they're welcomed. If they know that they're not allowed after coming from a cruise ship, do you think these people will want to come back? And how many people are they going to tell how unwelcoming a city is? I'm a resident of Monterey County, and it just appalls me that we have a city that has this sort of attitude toward people. And again, thank you for allowing me to address the council.
Thank you. And next I will call in a telephone caller with the last 3 digits 500. We're doing 2-minute comments, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening, council. This is Wendy Brickman. I'm president of the Fisherman's Wharf Association. I am both a Monterey resident and a Monterey business owner. And if needed, I would encourage the city to have constructive dialogue and further explore with the stakeholders all of the safety regulations currently in place that you've heard about tonight to protect our beautiful Monterey Bay while still allowing the cruises that are booked for 2023 to take place, like in Santa Barbara and so many other areas in the world. The cruise ship industry is one of the most regulated industries in the world. I attended that comprehensive cruise ship symposium, and I was convinced that the 7 agencies that some of whom you've heard from tonight, assigned to protecting the Monterey Bay, were more than sufficient. I also don't understand how the city simply can accept the revenue loss of the landing fee of almost $200,000 when they're dedicated to the economic vitality of the city and the hospitality industry, which pays their salaries as well. I also don't believe the city has the authority to ban cruise ships, so this revenue will simply go to another entity who would collect the fees. And I've learned that between 40 and 60% of passengers return to a destination after visiting a port on a cruise. So the dollars quoted are not accurate because they come back and they later stay with us and spend additional money, and that is vital to the economy of the city of Monterey and the businesses. So I strongly urge the city of Monterey to have a dialogue with the stakeholders around this issue and allow the booked cruise ships to continue their visits to Monterey in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see. Next, we have Rick Aldinger.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Rick Aldinger, Monterey County Hospitality Association Chair and a resident of Monterey. Tonight, you've heard many sound arguments against the city manager's recommendation for the city to discontinue providing security services that would allow cruise ship passengers to disembark and enjoy all that our city has to offer. MCHA agrees with and supports those arguments. Cruise ship visitors are good visitors. They contribute very little to traffic congestion and pollution, having a very small carbon footprint. What if something went wrong with one of the ships and it caused some kind of environmental issue? Due to the high degree of regulatory oversight, this is incredibly unlikely. We all realize that that oversight doesn't guarantee that nothing will go wrong. There are no guarantees in life. There is always risk. But perhaps we should also shut down the airport to ensure we never experience an air disaster. What else should we ban? So what if you vote in favor of the staff recommendation? The city will lose revenue. The residents will lose revenue. The businesses, and very importantly, their employees that benefit significantly from cruise ship visitation will suffer from lost revenue. Preventing cruise ships from visiting Monterey is not in our best interest. Please oppose the staff recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we have Esther.
Good evening. I also want to say thanks to the 4 middle school students that stepped up. And I don't know how any one of these business owners that are more interested in acquiring more and more profits so that they can pass along to their kids can look at their kids and tell them when we have an environmental disaster, because we eventually will, how they were making it more possible for that to happen, just so that they can keep making some money. I recall not that long ago when we were trying to raise the TOT tax for the first time in 34 years, these very same people came out whining, saying that people weren't going to come here if we raised the tax. The same argument is being given tonight. We've had plenty of tourism. We have over tourism. We've had more tourism post-pandemic than we did before. There's just never going to be enough for these business owners and all their associations and all of the people that are connected to them. Their workers, if they were being paid a living wage, they would be able to live here. It's not that they're going to miss the handful of people that get off those ships that would rather eat off ship than eat the meals that they've already paid for on that ship. I've been on those ships and I know the fines of $1 million sound like a lot. That's a drop in the bucket to the gigantic companies that run these. So I just can't understand how, in good conscience, how everybody that's there in support of this is going to put profits over everything that we have going on in our environment. And I'm happy to see that Hans came around to this, because I fought him on letting that last cruise ship that landed here right before the pandemic. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 564. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. This is Nina Beatty. There have been many sound arguments put forth tonight in support of the city manager's. I think that these arguments also extend not just accident risks are huge and affect the whole area. Foreign regulation is troubling, and contrast to airplanes that land registered in this raises significant issues. So that there have been a lot of problems. These cruise lines have had to other countries environmentally, and when citizens have raised these issues, these are the worldwide problems. So thankful that the noise pollution issue has been. That is a very, very significant harm to the marine environment. Not here the sonar issue. Sonar is extremely hazardous to marine life. and with these cruise ships, of necessity for them in the bay. That's a very worrisome stressor. Animals as well as. So we already have a stressed ocean, not just worldwide, but in the bay. It seems to me that we use the stressors on preserve the environment we've got and hopefully restore the environment. So I support ships coming to Monterey so that
I believe that comment may be over. There was some sound quality issues, but not on our end, it seems. I will call on the next speaker is Tammy Jennings.
Hi, I appreciate all of the comments that were made for the hospitality industry. However, I appreciate more our marine sanctuary and the fact that we're not singling out any person. I keep hearing people say we're telling people not to come to our area. We're sending a bad message. No, we're not. We're saying that we don't want the cruise ships, not the people on the cruise ships. That's completely separate. If it were me and I had a choice to go to a marine sanctuary that is protected and pristine versus one that has a spill, or going down to Santa Barbara where there's oil rigs and things in the bay, I would definitely spend my money to come here and stay here and experience Monterey in person. So I agree with Hans and the children and the other people that are concerned about our children's future and the future of the Monterey Bay Sanctuary. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there are no further hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, with that, we will close public comment. We'll bring it to the council for deliberation. And I will open the floor for the council to ask any questions or make their comments at this time, or a motion if you so choose. Ed.
So I want to just go through some discussion points before I consider a motion, because I want to hear from my other council members as well. So, I'm looking for bright lights and trumpets to give me some guidance, and I don't have it on this one. I'm not sure I agree wholeheartedly with the staff analysis, and I'm struck by the fact that all of the persuasive arguments have validity. So, especially impressed with our teenagers that came and took the time to be here, and I appreciate that. Man, I wished I was that articulate when I was their age. Whew. You guys have got a great future coming. Thank you. So lots of different perspectives, lots of valid arguments. I want to just touch on some important points that I wrote down in my notes, and I can't cover everything because it's too extensive. But I too was on the Sanctuary Advisory Council with Tom Raleigh, and the sanctuary's process is every 5 years they go through a management plan agreement where the law gets applied and changed and modified, and communities within the sanctuary advocate for modifications and changes. So when my observation of being on the Sanctuary Advisory Council was that we constantly heard the argument from some members of the public that there was this sense of, because the name of the sanctuary was what sounds like it's a place that you would not go or touch, that you would be very gentle with, that's actually in conflict with the management plan agreement that is administered and managed by federal agencies. The sanctuary tenets of why it was formed and how it's regulated is actually to encourage the use of the public to be in it, on it, and participate with it. So I just want to kind of dispel that it's called a sanctuary. It is a sanctuary. We treasure it, but the sanctuary does not mean it's a museum. There's a differentiation between that and the way the federal law is written about it, but fishermen to boating to recreation and to cruise ships, actually it's permitted. And that doesn't mean that we ignore common sense safety. So when I look at this, I look at, okay, risk equates to fear. And maybe we have some of this that's been laid out because we don't want to lose what we have. And counter that to regulations that equates to safety. And what's the level of safety we have? So I think the answer lies more in setting the limits of the number of cruise ships and taking advantage of the opportunities for enhancing collaboration with some of the associations and the cruise lines that choose to want to come here. I think this cruise line industry is not your grandfather's cruise line. I think there's a big distinction. Now, that doesn't mean that they're perfect, as the evidence shows. But the math just doesn't work for me to say that we should support this proposal by the city manager. And I've had this conversation with him after I looked at this, but I just can't support it because I can't get the math to work that gives me the right conclusion that says we need to move to the side of fear and risk because we've got all these regulations and we've got layers and layers of safety. If we were leaning towards the fear and risk, we would then say, let's do something about the planes. They fly right over our city, and those planes fall down. They come out of the sky. So wouldn't we want to then say we better pay attention to that risk and do something about it? In terms of spills, M1 had a massive spill in the ocean and contaminated our Monterey Bay. Do we close M1 and say, shame on you, you violated it, so we have to, close down the sewage outfalls? No, I mean, we don't want accidents. We want to have the sanctuary be clean, but to completely shut off the revenue source that does benefit jobs in hospitality. And when we have 6 or 10 or 11 or 12, whatever the number is, it lifts all boats. And those folks that are selling t-shirts or candy or jewelry or driving an Uber or in Cannery Row or wherever these visitors go to, those folks benefit and that helps them pay their rent. So I just don't see bright lights and clear path that produces enough evidence for me to say there's a great enough risk to completely shut it off. I do have a place where I see opportunity, collaboration, and also the opportunity to say, what is the right number? And then that maybe reduces some of the risk. So instead of 21, maybe it's 10. And so I'm kind of landing there. I'm not ready to shut it down because I think that the benefits outweigh the risk.
So real quick, we're approaching the 11 o'clock hour when the meeting is supposed to be over. And just for a formality and making sure that we're all in agreement, I'm going to ask for us to extend the meeting for another half hour if we think that's reasonable for us to deliberate this item and finish council comments and city manager comments. Does that seem agreeable to everybody? So I'll make a motion to extend the council meeting to 11:30.
Second.
Okay. Do we need to go to public comment for this? Okay. All right. Can we do a roll call vote on this, please?
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoppa,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Mayor Williamson.
And that's a yes for me. Okay, thank you for that. I saw Councilmember Garcia's hand go up, so let's jump to you next.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to all the folks that came out tonight to provide public comment, really good points on both sides. Personally, what I go back to is really the reason why I came to Monterey. Monterey has such a beautiful landscape, and I think as residents of this beautiful city, yes, we have the responsibility to look after our businesses, look after our economy, but we also have that great responsibility to make sure that we care for our environment. And I think there were a few points brought up tonight that I think are really concerning in terms of the damage that ships can cause our marine life. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I think protecting our environment outweighs everything else. So I would feel pretty comfortable making a motion to adopt sorry, I'm blanking on it. It's getting pretty late for me.
The staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation, yes, thank you.
I'll second the motion.
All right, thanks.
So we have a motion and a second, and would that conclude your comments, Councilman Garcia?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, next we'll go to Councilmember Hoffa.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for everybody who spoke. And, I understand what everybody's saying. I think on both sides of this. For me, the reason I'm supporting Councilmember Garcia's motion, why I seconded it, is the risk reward analysis. And to me, the reward definitely does not outweigh the risk. There are regulations. We don't get to control that. We don't get to implement it. If we did, that might change things for me. I think that that the regulations are not sufficient to control bad behavior. We know that it is simply a matter of time. It's not a hypothetical that could happen. It really is a matter of when it will happen and how bad it will be. And unfortunately, I think it might have been Esther who mentioned this, the fines are not sufficient to really regulate the behavior. There's something else, I think one of the speakers mentioned that has always struck me, which is the negative impact of the visual. And when we have some of these large cruise ships that are in the harbor for quite a few days, it's not very pretty. And I think for other tourists and guests who've paid money to come here and are staying in hotels to look out and see that, I don't think that's why they came here. And for residents, that's not why we are living here. So there is that, I think, significant negative aesthetic impact, as well as, the environmental risk. I don't think the comparisons to other risks like a plane accident are really analogous. I don't think they carry the same risk. And I am intrigued by Councilmember Ed's idea. At one time I thought, similarly, like if we could limit the number of visits, and maybe also how long they stay in the harbor, but I don't think we're allowed to do that. At least
when we had this debate a few years ago, I thought staff was pretty clear. We really don't have that authority. And we don't have the authority to have an outright ban, which is really not what the staff's saying, but we're not going to facilitate the visits. And that we do have the authority, the choice to do or not to do. So anyway, for all those reasons, I'm supporting the motion, although I do understand the concern about, economic impact.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Hoffa, and we'll go to Councilmember Barber.
So yes, I too, just like my colleagues, really appreciate both sides and understanding that, yes, that's one of the reasons why I live here is because it's a beautiful landscape and it's a beautiful area. And I love going by and walking on and seeing the water. And that's a zen for me. That's peaceful. And so that's important to me to be able to see that. And I can see where residents would be able to see the importance of that. And I see the importance of that. But I also see kind of with Ed about being able to try to see how to mitigate risks while collaborating with business. It doesn't mean that it would just be one thing or the another, because first of all, I applaud the city manager for bringing it to our attention because I think it's important to be able to see how to have further conversations. I appreciated the superintendent and other agencies saying how they would work with the city to be able to see how we could be able to mitigate the risk and be able to even see the ones that need to be banned. I mean, the ones that are continually violating, then they need to be banned. But I don't think you just ban everybody, as opposed to banning the ones who are violating. So that's kind of where I'm sitting at this time.
Okay. One of the comments that I had heard tonight was the idea of saying that we're closed for business, that we're not interested in doing business. And I don't think that's the message at all. In fact, I'd argue that there's plenty of space for the city of Monterey to further our relationship with the business community, particularly working in collaboration with the MCVVB in regards to their strategy about an extra day, extending somebody's stay. So there's a lot of work that can be done towards addressing those issues. It was also brought up about the idea of asking our workforce, asking those that work in the hospitality industry, the effect that this would have on them. And I could ask in return that if there was a spill, and to Alan's point, I don't think it's a matter of if, but it's a matter of when. And so if this does happen and it creates an impact to our economy, what are we going to say to our workforce then when that has an impact to local industry? And there was this point about the recovering from the storms. I think from the sounds of it, looking at the numbers that are coming in, we seem to be on par with kind of what our estimates were preceding the effects of the storm. So I think we're moving in a positive direction, but that doesn't mean that the city of Monterey can't do more to work with our business community. It was also brought up about M1W, and there has been a spill. That's something that we have to do. I mean, we live here on the peninsula. We have to manage our waste. There's no question about that. The only alternative is for us to pick up and move off of the peninsula. We can say that we don't want cruise lines, but we can't say that we don't want waste. I mean, that's just part of our community. That's part of management, and we can do things to help mitigate that. But why make it worse by adding another factor in there that we don't have to, or we don't have to support that direction? There was the point about tourists coming from foreigners or folks from across the country. And I say we're open for business. Let's let folks come here and let's find opportunities for continuing to invite folks to our region. We're not saying don't come here. We're just setting a value and describing how we really value and appreciate the environment and how important that is to our region, to the fact that we have the Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary. We're not saying that it needs to be a museum, but we do have a higher standard that we keep here in where we place the environment. And that has a huge impact. I think listening to younger folks coming and speaking to us about this is an important voice in this conversation, because they're the ones that are going to be dealing with the implications of the lack of effort that we do in regards to the environment. It was also brought up about doing studies or creating standards or a special unit. And I just wonder, out of all this time, energy, and effort that we would make to go into creating those standards, or creating special unit, or hiring an additional staff member to manage this experience or process, where is the cost benefit analysis really? Where does that really lie? And Alan, you had brought up a good point that I had in my notes as well. Folks don't want to come here and visit Monterey and take a picture with a cruise ship in the bay. We want to be able to enjoy the natural environment. There was a couple of points brought up. I think the conversation is mainly focused around waste, but the conversation of noise was also brought up. I remember during that discussion in 2019, there was also a the smokestack that comes out of the top of the cruise ship, and just kind of visually seeing these toxins going into the atmosphere. And although, again, highly regulated, this, that, and the other, I think the effects of that, I think, are very concerning. There was another one that wasn't brought up today as well, which is when the anchor is dropped and dragging along the sea floor, and the effect that has on sea life. In the end, this is about our beautiful community, our natural environment. This isn't about fear. This is about taking care of this little place on the planet that we have, and very much respecting what drives our economy. We're not saying that we want to change the direction in which we're going in regards to the hospitality industry. In fact, we need to find spaces of making that stronger, and removing some of the barriers that exist outside of this conversation around the cruise line industry. So obviously with that, if it's not obvious, I will support the motion. Any last minute comments?
Well, we've got 20 minutes left, right?
That's well, and knowing that we have council comments too after this.
I just say I know the way this is doing. I can count the votes. I'm disappointed. It's a head scratcher to me. And there's a saying in the industry that I was in for 34 years, Gordon Graham's quote: "If it's predictable, it's preventable." But if we're going to adopt that kind of philosophy and attitude, there are so many things that we look across the span of our this government influence that we have in the city of Monterey, that I caution that this is an overreach to an unrealistic and an unknowable, articulable data set that says it equates to enough fear to do this. But we're still not stopping the cruise lines, because they still have the federal right to come. So all it's saying is the city is not going to roll out the red carpet or spend any employment time doing anything to greet them. We're going to take the call and they can come. But it sends a terrible signal to hospitality's industry that brings 3,000 people every time they come, and probably 40% of them get off and buy things, trinkets, and enjoy the town, and then also come back later when they want to spend a longer time. I just think it's the wrong anti-business move. And you heard from the industry of hospitality, you heard from them loud and clear, and they told you the impact, but yet it sounds like the vote is still going to go against hospitality and against the small businesses. So don't get it, frustrated, won't support the motion.
I'll just offer that there have been comments from the hospitality industry in the past around how there wasn't benefit of the cruise line industry coming off because they weren't coming to eat at the restaurants on the wharf. So this was comments from the hospitality industry.
Well,
and again,
can both be right? Can both be right?
So if I could just finish real quick, and then and I can allow you to respond. I just think that, again, it's not based on fear. It's based on protecting our environment, and it's placing our value of the environment and in the pristine community that we live in higher. Just because, folks from the hospitality industry demand it, it doesn't mean that we need to, lower our values for this subset of issues. It's all in balance. And I think the hospitality industry is doing very well without us having had cruise ships come here since the pandemic. Since we've had the recovery, we've been doing very well. And could we make a little bit of extra money? Sure. But every time we can make a little extra money, does that mean that we need to jump and do that? I think we need to look at our community and take a serious look in regards to where our value set is.
I'd only just counter that. I owned a small business for 9 years, and the difference of foot traffic coming and spending maybe an extra $200 or $300 a week makes the difference to small businesses. And not every business is out there making a great amount of profit, but who gains in the business? In hospitality, it's the worker who gets the tips, that makes the sale, that is in the hospitality industry, that is struggling to pay rent. And that's who benefits. When they're trying to pay their way in an expensive town, any loss of $1 hurts, and this hurts them. And so that's why I'm not with this.
All righty. With that, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
No.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. All right, thank you for the healthy public dialogue on this one. We've had a full plate today. So with that, we will go to council comments.
Oh, don't we have another item on here that we have to approve that was a trailer item? No?
No.
Okay.
So we'll go to council comments. Anybody want to start us off here?
I'll let somebody else go.
I see Councilmember Garcia's hand is up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say really quick.
Councilmember Garcia, give me 1 second.
Sure.
Hey, folks, so we want to wrap up the council meeting. So if you want to continue dialogue, if you wouldn't mind just stepping out of the chambers, please. All right, Councilmember, you can go ahead.
Thank you. So just wanted to send a quick thank you to Esther Malkin for putting together really exciting and really wonderful event, meet and greet that took place this past weekend on Saturday over at Bayview Academy. We had a chance to meet with a lot of our neighbors in District 4 who came out and were interested in meeting. Of course, Mayor was present, and Council Member Kim Barber, and also our Chief of Police was there. And it was just great to see everyone there. It was a great turnout. So again, thank you to everyone who came out and participated, and thank you, Esther, for taking the reins on all that. And that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Garcia. Anybody else want to jump in here?
Go ahead. Yeah, I think. It's late in the hour, so I'll pass.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Hoffa.
I'm also going to pass.
Okay. And I'll pass. I'll pass it to the city manager.
I brought a few items I wanted to announce.
And with that, we'll adjourn the meeting.
I pass as well. Thank you. Have a good